Through the chair, did we want to begin? Yeah.
Okay, we'll call the meeting to order. We'll start off with roll call, and then we'll justify the minutes from the previous meeting. Nick? Bob? Donna? Mel? And myself, Dale. Sebastian is not sure? Okay, if he comes in, you can add him on.
Yeah.
Is there any members of the committee have a conflict of interest with any of the applications today? Seeing none. I need a motion for the ratification of minutes from the last meeting. Mel, seconded. Bob, all in favor? Opposed, if any? Seeing none, motion carried. The first application is at 9:40. So in a few minutes, okay?
Yeah.
Okay. Through the chair, I don't know if the committee wanted to, as the applicant had raised, we do have a consent application B25078, 8250 English Church Road East, Glanbrook. Agent is P. Dewari and owner is J. Kozak. I don't know if they're here, but they were requesting to table the application, and they were wondering if that could be handled first by the committee. Yeah,
Sure.
sure.
Do you need a motion?
Yeah, P. Dewari or J. Kozak, are you here? Okay, well, they did make a written request was prior to the hearing, yes. So
Okay.
if we could have a motion for that.
Okay. Motion made by Mel, seconded by Bob. All in favor? Opposed, if any? Seeing none? Motion carried. Application tabled.
And, yeah, and we will be in touch with the applicant on next
Okay.
steps relating to that.
And when that application comes up later, we'll just forward that information in case anybody comes on.
Yes,
Okay.
yep, we can let them know as well. Okay, returning to the agenda, we have, here we have a minor variance application, A25195, 61 McGill Street, Hamilton. Agent is J. Vanderlind and owner is J. Corman and D. Cummings. Are there any members of the public who wish to speak on this application? Okay. Seeing none, I will ask the applicant or agent to please step forward. J. Vanderlind, J. Corman, or D. Cummings, are you there?
Yes, hello. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi.
Perfect. Hello, Mr. Chair and committee. Yeah, so we're aware of the tabling to this meeting, and we agree with all the staff comments. So yeah, if we could move forward with this, that would be great.
Okay. You had a chance to read all the comments that were posted?
Yes.
Yep. Committee have any questions?
I'm sorry, through the chair, I don't know if development planning needed to add to this. They did want to and the committee may be aware that there's actually two variances being requested here. Variance one was, the zoning staff recommended variance one be amended. It's in the staff comments, and then they also requested a second variance be added as well. Yes. If you had any questions about that, you can let us know and staff can respond. Thank you.
Okay. You want comments on the second variance? Okay, can we have,
Good morning. Spencer Skidmore, Acting Manager of Development Planning East Team. So the one variance is for 0.13 side yard for the building, which is where the existing foundation is. They're just going to replace a new addition in the exact same location. The second variance was required as a result of a review because the eaves project beyond that. So the eaves actually project to 0.0, pretty much the lot line. So we just had to capture that second variance in our comments to ensure that when they go through the building permit process, there's no snags. Thank you.
okay. Are there any other questions from the committee?
If not hearing that, I'll make a motion to approve it with the change in variances.
Okay, motion made by Mal, seconded by Donna. All in favor? Opposed? Seeing none, motion carried, application approved.
Thank you.
And our next application is to be heard at 9:45 a.m. Okay. Next, we have a minor variance application, A25210, 46 Parkside Drive, Hamilton. Agent is C. McPhail, and owners are A. Hall and J. Van Horsen. Are there any members of the public who wish to speak on this application? Okay, seeing none, I will ask the applicant or agent to please step forward. And please provide your name and address. Thank you.
Morning, committee. Charles McPhail, agent for the application before you guys, 46 Parkside Drive. We've had a chance to review the comments, city staff comments, which were all favorable. So I'm happy to answer any comments or respond to any comments or answer any questions that the committee may have.
Okay, does the committee have any questions? Robert?
Make a motion to approve the variance with the attached notes.
Okay, is there a seconder? Nick, all in favor? Opposed? Seeing none, motion carried, application approved.
Thank you very much.
And we will wait till 9:50 a.m. to hear the next application. Okay, next we have a minor variance application. A25177, 25 Grove Street, Hamilton. Agent is M. Izadi Pongetti. Owner is A. Majid. I believe we have an interested party, Anthony Conlon. Okay. Do you want to please step forward. Please provide your name and address before you provide your comments. And afterwards, if you can fill out an interested party form, it's just behind you there. Just fill it out and leave it there as well. That'd be appreciated. Thank you.
My name is Anthony Conlon. I live at 25 Grove Street. I've lived there now for 18 years. It's my understanding that he wants to do a variant change downstairs, changing the 2 basement units into 4 units. These are going to be about 100, maybe 125 square feet, if possible. But my issue is, why would you want to get involved with a man that hasn't been upfront with everybody from the very beginning? After buying the building, he gave all 6 tenants in the building eviction notices. I have a copy of the eviction notice here. It's all about changing systems, turning off the power, replacing electrical, walls being removed, flooring replaced, plumbing. It's an extensive list. That was his reason for giving the eviction notice. 2 of us remained, myself and Kevin Wright, who lives below me. All the other tenants left. From the very beginning, Mr. Majid was not upfront. Even though he's a real estate agent, he obtained another real estate agent, pretending to be a civilian, so to speak. He did not disclose this to my former landlord, Joel Thomas. I've got a letter from him. He's taking him to court. This was 2020, where there was a 3-year backlog. I don't know the results of this court issue from here, but from the very beginning, he's not been upfront about anything. Then when it comes to building permits, I didn't see any. And I had a definite interest in finding building permits. If they were displayed, they need to be prominently displayed. I didn't see any. So we're talking lost revenue for the city of Hamilton as well. And now he wants to do a variant change where he can change 2 apartments into 4 at 125 square feet. I don't understand why the city of Hamilton, when they've lost revenue to such an individual, why would they want to get involved and grant this change in the first place?
Those are your questions, your concerns?
Well, it does bring up the issue of integrity. Why would the city of Hamilton want to grant a man, when they've lost money in revenue with no building permits, why would you want to get involved with such a situation? I do not understand that whatsoever.
And I don't think we can really comment on how the city operates in that division or whatever. Because what we're dealing with is either minor variances that may apply to certain applications.
Yes.
And so, as far as loss of tax dollars or whatever, because of his changes, that's not really in front of us today.
Well, I guess I have to ask, is it, I don't want to use the word criminal, but is it criminal not to obtain a building permit when you're doing extensive renovations like this? Would that be a civil situation?
Through the chair, thank you for coming today. Again, I always tell people, and you did receive the notice, right?
Yes, I did.
Yeah, and you're always welcome to contact us prior to the hearing, my contact information, and we can get you in touch with the different staff to talk about any issues you have. I'm just making a general comment, is that some of the issues you're relating to in terms of landlord-tenant issues, you should refer that to the Landlord and Tenant Board. You could file a tenant application with them, and they can address that there. Any other issues, whether the committee only looks at the minor variance and looks at it within the 4 tests. which is in the Planning Act, right? In addition, if we receive an application and it's deemed complete, we must take it in. The law requires us to take in the application and we have to process it. We cannot refuse applications. And there's a process. As you see, there's a public process here. You're participating today, and now it's up to the committee, based on looking at the 4 tests for a minor variance, they have to decide whether to grant this variance or not. And then other things with the building permit, other issues, that's with our building department. If you want, please contact me. I think my business card is there, and I can get you in touch with our staff, and they can talk to you about that. Okay? Thank you.
I guess my quickest question, if I may.
Okay.
Is, if someone is found doing work without a building permit, is there a fine?
I don't want to get too much into the specifics of that because I'm not a building professional, but typically building department, if a complaint is filed, they will send an inspector to go in and inspect it, see if it's something that's within their jurisdiction, right? And if there is, I just don't know the specifics. If there could be some type of, there could be some kind of order that would be issued on them, right? That they have to rectify the issue. Sometimes if it is not rectified, then they could be taken to court, right? But I don't want to get into too much specifics. I'm not in the building department. If you want, I can get you in touch with someone in the building department to speak about that. Yeah.
It goes further. About 4 months ago, both Kevin Wright and myself, we received a series of emails suggesting that we bring the rent up to current rent prices where he could reimburse us the difference. Not exactly on the up and up there.
Go to the LTB.
Pardon me?
Go to the Landlord and Tenant Board. If you believe there's any kind of violation of that, kind of the Residential Tenancies Act, then I would advise you get legal advice first, and you can file a tenant application to the Landlord and Tenant Board.
I understand completely. Like, there's violations all over the place. I just don't understand why you would grant a man who does this.
We can only look at the variance, right? We cannot, the committee can only look at it within the 4 tests in the Planning Act.
I understand.
They can't make a decision based on other things. If they were to do that, then that decision may not have been made, right, within looking at the 4 tests. That could create additional issues, right, for the municipality. So
I understand.
yeah.
It's just not a good look whatsoever. It's not.
Well, it's for the owner, and if there's any issues, contact me, and I'll get you in touch with the appropriate staff to look into it. Okay?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Mel?
By the way, if this conditions are passed, the one condition is he's got to get a builder permit to proceed, so.
Okay. Is the owner or agent?
Oh, sorry. Apologies. Is there any other members of the public who wish to speak on this application? Okay, seeing none, I will ask the applicant or agent to please step forward. Please provide your name and address.
Yes, Michael Pongetti, 425 and 27 Grove Street.
Okay, welcome to our meeting. Did you have any comments?
No, everything was favorable. We're in agreement with the comments.
Okay. Committee have any questions? Robert?
We're doing both the variances together.
Yes, through the chair, there is another variance as well. I don't know if you wanted to, yeah. Sir, I'll announce that, yeah. 825178, 27 Grove Street, Hamilton. That's the other variance. It's the same agent and owner. Just wondering if anyone here wanted to speak to that application? Okay, seeing none. Oh, yeah, if the committee wants, you could hear them both together. Yes.
Based on the information we've got here, make a motion to approve both variances with the conditions and notes included.
Okay, seconder. Nick? All in favor? Opposed? Seeing none, motion carried, application approved.
Thank you.
And we'll wait till 10 a.m. to hear the next application. Okay. Okay, next, we have a minor variance application. It is A25214, 1135 to 1137 Main Street, East Hamilton. The agent is Structure Lines Incorporated, B. Asri, and owner is a numbered company, 1000364-613 Ontario Incorporated, R. Rolick. Are there any members of the public who wish to speak on this application? Okay, seeing none, I will ask the applicant or agent to please step forward. Please provide your name and address, and then you can speak. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning, committee. My name is Russell Rollick. I'm the owner of the property. Again, I'm not sure what am I supposed to say. The agent is here, but is there anything we have to comment on or not really?
No, as long as you've read the comments that were posted and if you're in agreement with any conditions that are proposed.
I haven't read the comments. I suppose my agent engineer read them. If you don't mind, if you can call him out. Looks like he's connected, but he's unmuted. I mean, he's muted. So.
B.
Yeah,
Asri, are you there? If you could
good
unmute.
morning.
Oh,
Good morning. Yeah, I'm here, but I didn't see any comment for the application. And if you would like, I can explain the situation.
Yeah, there's, it's just proposed notes that a building permit is required and the Ontario Building Code regulations may require specific setbacks for the construction type. Basically, the city development planning is in favor of your application. If you have no other questions or comments, we can ask the committee if they have any questions for you. Committee have any questions? No? Is there a motion?
I'll make a motion to approve with the conditions.
Okay, moved by Mel, seconded by Donna. All in favor? Opposed? Seeing none, motion carried, application approved.
Thank you so much.
Just to
Thank
the
you so
applicant.
much.
Yeah, thank you. Just to the applicant or agent, initially when we first were processing the application, we would have sent you an email, and in that email it does indicate that the staff comments will be posted on the website prior to the hearing. Just making a note of that. Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much. Yeah.
Thank you.
And our next application is at 10:10 a.m., so we'll wait till then. Thank you. Okay, next, we have a minor variance application, A25222, 120 Wentworth Street, North Hamilton. Agent is Landwise K. Gillis. Owner is Indwell Community Homes, I apologize if I'm mispronouncing this name, Finkbener. Is there any members of the public who wish to speak on this application? Okay, seeing none, I will ask the applicant or agent to please step forward. Please provide your name and address, and then you can speak. Thank you.
Good morning, Caitlin Gillis, Senior Planner at Landwise. Address is, we just moved, apologies, 1122 Wilson Street West, Suite 200. And we are the retained agent on behalf of Indwell Community Homes. We have reviewed staff's report and support their recommendation of approval with the condition, but happy to answer any questions.
Okay. Committee have any questions on this application? Robert?
Make a motion to approve with the condition and the proposed notes.
Okay, seconder? Donna, all in favor? Opposed? Seeing none, motion carried, application approved.
Beautiful, thank you.
Thank you, and we'll wait till 10:15 a.m. to hear the next application. Okay. Next, we have a minor variance application, 825209, 151 Manning Avenue, Hamilton. The applicant is On the Six Design D. Ray, and owner is Jay Irvin. Are there any members of the public who wish to speak on this application? Okay, seeing none, I'll ask the applicant or agent to please step forward. Please provide your name and address, and then you can speak. Thank you.
Good morning, committee. My name is Dave Ray from On the Six Designs. Address is 502 Birch Road, Mount Pleasant, Ontario.
Yes, did you have a chance to read the comments that were posted?
Yes, I did, and I do apologize. I was out of town and just got back 2 days ago. I was supposed to be back last week. So I didn't get a chance to send any pictures or anything of relevancy to discuss the situation.
Okay, you did have a chance to read the fact that the development planning is recommending tabling?
Yes, did have that opportunity, and I've talked to the owners in regards to the situation. They've kind of asked me not to table it at this point because there was a previous minor variance that was completed on this project already. Apparently they had some difficulties with their previous, I guess, provider or architect that was working with them. They asked me to kind of discuss based on photos and so forth that the comments and everything that were kind of addressed. The biggest concern, I think, would be based on the visual setback. And there's already kind of like a visual setback there with there being a fence. And other properties on either side even protrude closer.
Okay.
So they've asked me to do my best to try and see what
go
can
ahead.
happen. So ultimately, I believe they had previously had a minor variance to have a 2-story building put up. And it had a setback of about 3.87 from the property line on that side. During that time, so before I applied for this variance, I did come in, I talked to planning and so forth. Because it is an odd lot, their driveway does front on Manning. But Washington is ultimately, they're considered their front yard. So that portion of their land is ultimately not even used because most of their landscape items are all to the far right of their property, where they have the majority of their backyard. So this is basically unused land. So that's where they're looking at putting up this this addition at this time. We would not be encroaching closer than the existing fence. So obstruction would be, and as well, we're keeping the roof line down in order to ensure that there isn't any additional obstructions at all. As mentioned, further down the street, that one has a fence which is much closer. I'm not sure how, it might be over the property line. And then on adjacent to the house, across the street from it, that house is actually, would be actually even closer to the road than what this one house is. And I do have some overhead shots and so forth to provide of that information. There was one comment made by electrical of a concern, and we would ensure that, you know, that setback would 100% not be affected. If I've got to pull it back a little bit further, that's deemed necessary.
Anything else to add?
No. The only other comment I think was a request on landscape space, and as mentioned, their main backyard is on the other side, and they have the whole frontage on Manning, so they are well over their 30% required.
Mel?
Through the chair, Anthony Mancini, Planning Technician 1. Staff are recommending a table of the application to work with the applicant to see a design that's more favorable to the street and the neighboring lot, which has a driveway access. So ensuring that there's no impacts to the neighbor there. As this yard functions as the flankage yard, even though it's a front yard, The requirement is typically 3 meters setback, so staff would be supportive of a 3-meter setback contingent on revised plans, demonstrating that there's no adverse impacts. Thank you.
Sorry, just to Spencer Skidmore, just to add, Electra did provide comments that because there's an overhead primary there, that the 1.5 meter setback doesn't meet their requirements for spatial separation, horizontal separation between a structure and a primary. So that's also a function of staff's recommendation for tabling to see if we can work with the applicant to revise a design so that, you know, the neighbor with the driveway has visibility and that the hydro requirements are also being met. Thanks.
Robert?
And not an issue, but a concern of the talk about the driveway behind. If I'm not mistaken, that fence is probably on the property line now?
Just inside it.
Just inside it? And the house, the expansion would be even back further from the fence?
Onto the property, correct?
Correct.
Not further into the.
No, what I'm trying to get at, the addition is not going to be any worse than the existing fence that's there now.
That is correct.
Okay. The only other thing is the hydro. That's one thing that's got to be resolved. Unfortunately, that was a letter that came from Electra, and I don't think there's any way around that other than doing some caveman technology and measuring on site to see where that's going to lay out. Because on the drawing right now, there's not enough details on that.
No, but in regards to that, I do have a photo of that section, and you can see that the hydro pole is significantly out. I also have Electra's overlay, and you can see the house that is directly across the street from it, where the hydro line is. You can see how close this one is. I'm not even going to be that close.
Yeah.
So it's not 1.5 meters from the house to the 1.5 meters, sorry, from the house to the hydro line. I'm 1.5 meters from the property line. So the hydro line is still another 2.5, 3 meters out beyond that.
That's where I'm going.
Yeah. So I would ensure 100% that, you know, if I have to encroach it back, even 2-3 feet, I'll do so to ensure that we're not affecting or having to change any of the hydro. 100% I'll maintain 4 meters from the hydro line.
Okay. Yeah, I was there yesterday, and it wasn't until I was home and I went, I should have measured from the post to the fence.
And that's what I went and did that the other day.
So just to back to staff's comment again, what leeway is there on the 3-meter setback?
Through the chair to the member, there's definitely some leeway. If they can demonstrate that functionally somebody can back out of the adjacent driveway. So an important comment about the fence, fences aren't permitted in front yards. So the fence is there, but it may not comply with the fence bylaw. If they can demonstrate that that person can back out of the driveway and have visibility down the street because it's on the corner without blocking the sidewalk, that's good for us. And if that means it's a 2-meter setback, that's fine for us. And then if they can demonstrate, obviously, that they're meeting the minimum 4-meter horizontal separation, that would work for us as well. So just a matter of maybe a little more analysis to show that there's no obstructions and providing that to us for review. I understand the applicant does have some additional information, which is fantastic, but we haven't had the benefit of taking a look at that yet. So it might be something we can resolve quickly and maybe go to the next hearing if the committee wishes. So it's not too much of a delay, but there's definitely some flexibility. It's all about it's site specific and it's based on context and the specific issues. And if we can resolve those, then there's definitely some flexibility on that number. Thank you.
Okay. So given what planning has said, to try to have a resolution that works for everybody, and we'll get some, you can get some decent measurements where everything lays out, where the hydro pole is.
Yes.
Where the actual property line is, which is probably, like you said, just inside the fence, but we need that information.
Understood.
So unfortunately, we'll leave it up to you right now. How would you like to proceed?
Rock in a hard place. Of course, because I got the owners that have already lost a year on this project, but I do feel it's more worthy. I don't want to risk their monies by just trying to get you guys to make a decision. That's why I tried, you know, they have their own bushes on that next property over, which are right on the road, the sidewalk. And as mentioned, this fence has been there for, I think, 20 years and with zero obstruction currently. I guess if the committee is not in favor and they feel it's more prudent to talk to planning, I guess that would probably be the better avenue, because I wouldn't want to be losing this and have it with, especially for the fact that, you know, with the fees and everything, the way they've gone for this poor client, I'd hate to, you know, hurt their credibility or monies or anything of that nature. So if indeed it is deemed that it's best to wait, then I think. Now, is there any way of, I guess I'd have to come back to the next committee in January?
See, the other thing too is if you get it done and everybody's in agreement with it, it's going to be December, January.
Yeah.
You're not in it, you still got to get your building permit, which is going to put you into the spring when the frost is out of the ground anyway. So.
Totally agree.
Been there, done that.
We all have.
So.
Most definitely. No, I totally respect that fact, and I would just have to adjust that to them and let them know that that's the better avenue to go, and try to work with planning for it 100%.
Okay, is there a motion for table?
Well, I'll make a motion to table it on the agent's instruction.
Okay. Seconded by Nick, all in favor? Opposed? Seeing none, motion carried, application tabled.
And through the chair, is that just to table it, or is it to return to the next meeting? What's the?
Do you think you can have it ready for the next meeting?
That's 3 weeks away.
100%.
3 weeks?
Okay.
What,
Yeah.
what day is the next meeting? Yeah.
The next meeting is December 11th.
I can make it happen. If planning can meet with me,
We'll leave it in your hands, and if you can get it, you know, get it resolved and get it on the agenda.
Okay, well, we'll leave it just that it's being tabled right now, and then we can have discussion. I don't know if development planning has any comment.
Through the chair, I'll defer to the Secretary Treasurer because he does all the scheduling. So, but I think the issues are simple. It's just a matter of measuring and math. So I think we can resolve it within the next couple of days. If you have the
I
measurements,
have all the measurements already currently.
yeah, then I think we can probably resolve the concerns. But it's really just a matter of procedurally, if we have to reissue notice or something like that, I would defer to Justin on that.
Yes, through the chair, yes, there is those, the notification that we have to do. Okay. Yeah, maybe up to the committee, maybe just leave it as just being tabled right now, and we can have further discussion.
Okay, so we'll just leave it as tabled, and if they can get the information in and to Justin and get it posted, then we'll see you in December.
Sounds good. Much appreciated. Thank you.
Okay.
And to the applicant or agent, please, we'll be in touch with you after the hearing as well.
Sounds
Thank
great.
you.
Thank you.
Okay, next we have a minor variance application. It is A25220, 39 Stone Church Road, East Hamilton. Agent is A. Valeri and owner is G. Scarpetti. Is there any members of the public who wish to speak on this application? Okay, seeing none, I'll ask the applicant or agent to please step forward. Please provide your name and address, and you can make comments to the committee.
Good morning. My name is Anthony Valeri. I'm acting as the agent for the owner. I reviewed all the staff comments and am happy to proceed.
Okay, does the committee have any questions on this application? If not, is there a motion?
There's something wrong with the,
Yeah, through the chair, yeah. I don't know if, Oh, is she? Okay.
Donna?
I'll make a motion to approve the application with the proposed notes.
Okay, seconded. Robert, all in favor? Opposed? Seeing none, motion carried, application approved.
Thank you.
If they don't get it fixed, we'll just.
Oh, yeah.
Yes, just bear with us, please. Just addressing some technical issues. Thank you. Okay, moving on, we have a consent application, B25079, 80 Lister Avenue, Hamilton. Agent D. Ray, owner D. Apologize if I mispronounce your name, D. Manganiello. Is there any members of the public who wish to speak on this application? Okay, seeing none, I'll ask the applicant or agent, please step forward. Please provide your name and address, and then you can provide comments to the committee. Thank you.
Hello again. Dave Ray on the Six Designs, 502 Birch Road, Mount Pleasant, Ontario.
Did you have a chance to read the comments that were posted?
Yes.
And do you have any questions?
Nope. I think the only question the client had was the condition of the Municipal Act sewer charge, and I guess his thoughts are it'll just be part of the sales agreement if he sells a lot.
Committee questions? Robert?
I'll make a motion to approve with the conditions excluding number 13, which is the noise study.
Okay, seconded by Mal. All in favor? Opposed? Seeing none, motion carried, application approved.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome. Save them about $5,000.
Okay, next we have a minor variance application, A25212, 42 Thornwood Drive, Ancaster. Agent is McCaw Associates Architects, B. Tang and J. Prefier, and the owner is Varun Chaudhry and T. Ligori. We do have some interested parties here for this application. So Adam Carpino, are you there? Are you here? Okay, next we have Nadia Felice. You here? And then next we have Denise Lachin. And then John Felice. You here? Are you John? Yeah. Okay, yeah. Please step forward. Please provide your name and address, and then you can speak. And afterwards, if you can fill out an interested party form just behind you there. Yeah, and then just leave it there. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Good morning, committee. My name is John Felice. I live at 50 Thornwood Drive, which is a neighbor to 42. And we have read your comments, or we've read your comments. And the first variance for the height, we respectfully ask council to look at that because that's about 4.5 feet above what's allowed. So in our view, that's not minor. And looking at the other houses on the street, they've all stayed within their setbacks and height limits. So by the time you go 4.5 feet with the roof, then plus another 3 to 5 feet for the top of the chimney, we just feel that's going to be like monstrous compared to what else is in the neighborhood. And the other, I don't know if I could speak on behalf of the other neighbor that lives on the other side where the driveway is. The comments were that you may reconsider a driveway coming down the side if another 0.9 of a meter setback was introduced there. The neighbor there is, does not like that because basically car traffic will be coming in and out, and their living outdoor patio is right adjacent to their garage. So there's going to be like a good 40 feet of hard surface paved across, a retaining wall there. I'm not sure how high the retaining wall, based on some calculation, it looks like there's about a 4-foot retaining wall going to be there, right? So between your comments with emissions, neighbors' safety too, with a driveway that high, wintertime with ice and snow, God forbid, a vehicle slides and ends up in a culvert there. And that's basically our main concerns, was the height and that driveway coming all the way down the side of the other side.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
I'll just repeat these interested parties here again, see if they're here. Adam Caprino, Nadia Felice, Denise Lachin. Okay, I don't see them here. Okay. Is there any other members of the public who wish to speak on this application? Okay, seeing none, I'll ask the applicant or agent to please step forward. Please provide your name and address, and then you can make your comments to the committee. Thank you.
Good morning. I'm Jim Pfeffer from Macau Architects, here to speak on this file. And I have a presentation to share, so perhaps I can share that.
Just give me a moment. Yeah, let me just load it up for you. Just give me a moment.
Oh, okay. So I'll sort of cue you on the slides here. Perfect. Thank you so much. So a couple of things. Can I change these slides, or is it you who's changing them?
Yeah, just tell me when you need me to move to the next slide.
Okay, absolutely. So there is a staff report, and the staff report does say in it, development and planning would be supportive of an alternative minor variance for the driveway setback of 0.9 meters from the side lot line. So we're certainly, more than happy to have that 0.9 meter setback instead of the 0 setback that was being requested. We always had planned to have it a bit further away for a fence line and whatnot. So absolutely, we're happy to have that. In terms of, there is a small grade difference to get to the driveway, but the retaining wall is actually, it's just a Pisa wall. It's between 30 and 40 centimeters. So not 40 feet high, but basically like 1 foot to 1'4". So very, very minor. So taking a look at this front elevation, one thing you'll note is that it is a genuine pitched roof. Comes to a peak, which means it has very little shadow impact. And of course, from the street, that peak kind of recedes in perspective. So it's very much in keeping with the style of this house. One good thing about the variance we're asking for the driveway is, of course, that it allows us to have a side garage, so you don't have that presence of the garage doors on the street, which we think is a positive thing. You can go to the next page. You'll see where that driveway is that we were asking for. You can see actually that covered porch of the neighbor, which is actually over 4 meters from, I think, the property line, or 3 meters from the property line. There's going to be considerable distance from that open space to our driveway, which is now being moved 90 centimeters further from that area. And then there's going to be kind of a swale. There's enough room for a hedge. Definitely there'll be a fence protecting any light pollution into the neighboring property. The owner actually has 2 cars. They don't drive a lot. The other driveway garage bay is for sort of bikes and miscellaneous storage. If you go on to the next page, you'll see that what we're looking for is actually not unprecedented at all in this neighborhood. You can see 47 Thornwood there has that, very long, very deep driveway, which is close to the property line, as does 31. So this is an approach that's very common on the street. And you can see actually photos of those two houses like right across the street on the next page. You can see photos. And actually on this photo as well, you'll see that there's a lot of, on that aerial photo, you'd see a lot of tree screening between our driveway and the neighboring property. So going to the next page, just to discuss this height issue again, there's that kind of dashed line in the front and the back, which shows the area of roof that's actually above the permitted height. So that very small peak. And you can see that in the next page, just in an axonometric view, the very small portion of the roof on the next page that's above that. And I don't know if flipping these slides that you can jump from one page to another, but you know, this kind of taller roof is very much in keeping with the style of this building. It's appropriate for a very wide lot like this. So you can see on the page following this page with the kind of red cutout, you can see this is the house we're proposing. And if you quickly flip to the next page, you can say, okay, so if we make, no, the next one, yeah, if we made the roof squatter and shorter to comply with the height variance, this would comply, but it's not as attractive because it's not in keeping with the style of the dwelling. And it's not, you know, it's not as grand as really this neighborhood would really sort of call for. I'll note here that there is no third story. Those are decorative dormers. And if you go, so this is a compliant house. If you go one page earlier, you'd see a house, the house that we're proposing. And you can see this, portions of this are really a lot better. I will note that we sent 2 weeks ago, we gave letters to everyone who would have received the Committee of Adjustment notice. My email, my cell phone was there. Nobody reached out to me prior to this hearing just to discuss the proposal, any concerns, any clarifications. I know the homeowner as well reached out throughout the neighborhoods. He handed out his card. He issued a separate letter. So he sent out 2 separate letters to neighbors, one from our office and one from the homeowner, sort of inviting feedback. And no one had approached us prior to this hearing. So in summary, absolutely, we're happy to accept staff's recommendation that the variance for the driveway be changed to 0.9 meters. Staff had no concerns, of course, with the height. We think the height is very appropriate for this lot, and just given that it comes to this peak, it's really not very impactful at all. And of course, on the driveway side, the house is actually considerably further from the property line than a house could actually be. So yeah, we think this is appropriate. I'm happy to take any questions.
The committee, any questions?
Can we hear from planning on this one again, too?
Jennifer Caterino, Area Planning Manager for the West Development Team. Through the chair, happy to respond to any questions of the committee if you have a specific question.
You recommended to table it, so I just wondered what conditions you want it tabled.
So through the chair, we were recommending tabling to provide us a little bit of time to speak with the applicants to see if they could accommodate engineering's request for the driveway to be shifted in a little bit. Based on the presentation we just heard from the agent, it sounds like they are happy to accommodate a 0.9 meter setback to provide some distance between the property line and the driveway. You know, planning staff would always like to ask for more, but we're happy with engineering's minimum in this instance.
So they're quite agreeable with the 0.9 on the driveway. Robert?
If the 0.9 is there and you're looking at the turning radius on the drawing of cars entering the garage, that is going to be tight. Now, they're all driving small vehicles, that's one thing, but we all know that's not necessarily the best way to calculate it, but the turning radius is tight.
So to the agent, are you still okay with the
Yeah, we have actually built a house with a 3-car garage with exactly the same width as we're going to have for the driveway and just between the driveway and the garage door. So we've actually done this before on a pretty substantial house. And actually in the office, we have sort of software to, draw these turning radii, and we have studied this. So before moving forward, we've decided that absolutely we're comfortable with the 0.9, and we're confident that it can work. I mean, part of that is just sort of the, the size of the garage doors. You have smaller garage doors, it's a lot harder to make it work. In this case, as I mentioned, the 2 cars are going into the garage with a double garage door. And the single garage door is really more sort of gardening and bikes and that sort of thing. So we're absolutely confident this is going to work.
Okay.
So you're saying then that the lines that are drawn on the drawing, I'm assuming they were done in AutoCAD with the turning radius. Is that correct?
That is correct. But we have, so when we read staff's comments we took along, those are just kind of, radius lines. We actually have vehicle tracking software where you can sort of drive, and it does work with a reduced driveway.
What would the recommendation be for the 0.9? What to put into that area rather than just a straight setback? Bushes, grass, whatever.
That's a question to planning.
That's to you.
Oh, sorry. Through the chair, yeah, the setback could be landscaped. It could be, you could put gravel there. There's no requirement from planning as to what has to go into that setback. It's just the driveway has to stop at that distance from
just getting to that
the
point.
property line.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay. Any other questions? If not,
Through the chair, Matt Stafford, Office Supervisor, Zoning West Team. Just with respect to that turning radius, the zoning bylaw does require 6 meters. If we change this to 0.9, they will be slightly deficient in that 6-meter turning radius coming out of the garage.
Is that for a vehicle aisle for sort of multi-residential parking lots, or does that apply to single-family detached homes? I'd wonder.
Through the chair, we do have some interpretations, but I just want to be certain before. I just want to note it in front of the committee at this time, as I'm not 100% certain, and that additional variance may be required.
so did you want to make a motion, or did you want, it may create, as the comment was, may create another variance if that turning radius.
On the picture here, it says a 6.09 meter side setback. So then if you take off the 0.9 or 0.09, it gives it a 6 meter setback. Or am I reading this wrong?
No, you're right.
So if the bylaw requires a 6 meter setback, then it does meet the requirement here. So, and then up further, it goes 6.05 meters. So you take the 0.0, so you're under like by inches.
So through the chair, I think we need a decimal place over. So the 6.09 is 6 meters and 9 centimeters. The setback that we're requesting is almost a full meter. It's 0.9, so 90 centimeters.
So I guess the question would be to the agent, if you want us to go ahead, it may trigger another variance later on.
In which case we'd come back and get we could possibly come back and get a variance for the width of the, I guess, the drive aisle. If it, shall we design?
Or we can table it and you add that variance to the application. I don't think we can add that variance.
Through the chair, Matt Stavrov, Supervisor Zoning, I do have confirmation now that 6 meters does not apply to low-density residential, so we can proceed.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Okay, I'll make a motion to approve the application with the revised number 2 from 0.0 to 0.9 meter setback.
Okay, seconded by Nick. All in favor? Opposed? One opposed? Robert? Motion carried. Application approved.
Thank you very much.
They've got there and move it down, and you'll see where it doesn't freaking work because it's just too big.
Yeah.
That's why. Normally when I used to do site plans, we had to put the cars.
Donna and Robert, can you turn your mics off?
Sorry.
And then that was the 2 variances, right, to be approved?
Yes.
Confirm, okay. All right, give me a moment. Next, we have a minor variance application, A25213, 1278 Old Highway 8, Flamborough. Agent is HFH Incorporated, Jay Vanderwoord, and owner is Matt Barnes Photography. Is there any members of the public who wish to speak on this application? Okay, seeing none, I will ask the applicant or agent to please step forward. Please provide your name and address, and then you can provide comments to the committee. Thank you.
Good morning, committee, and through you, Chair. My name is John Vanderwoord from HFH Inc. We are located at 6006 6006 Highway 6, Elora. I have read through the comments provided by staff, and I see that staff is in favor of or is in support of this application. I do want to note that the owner has been in contact with the City of Hamilton to have their change of use permit complete. So as of November 10th, there has been information provided to the City of Hamilton to complete that. And I want to open the floor to any questions that the committee may have.
Okay. Committee have any questions on this application? Robert?
Like a motion to approve the application with the proposed conditions and notes, and add a comment that it's nice to see the proposed fixture matching the architect of the existing with the windows. That's nice.
Thank you.
Okay, seconded by Mal. All in favor? Opposed? Seeing none, motion carried. Application approved.
Thank you very much.
Okay, next we have a minor variance application, A25215, 105 Howard Street, Flamborough. Owner is I apologize if I mispronounced your name, T. Kasprick and K. Kasprick. Are there any members of the public who wish to speak on this application? Okay, seeing none, I'll ask the applicant or agent, please step forward. Please provide your name, address, and then you can speak. Thank you.
Good morning, committee. My name is Tom Kasperzik, 105 Howard Street.
I did read the comments. I just had a question about the parking. I'm not sure exactly what you were looking for there.
Okay, go ahead. What's your question?
I didn't understand it at all. Sorry. What?
Through the chair, correct me if I'm wrong, I believe you're referring to the zoning comments, is it
Yes,
correct?
yeah.
I don't know if the committee wanted, we do have zoning staff here, if you wanted to ask them about that. Yes, I believe they made some comments about the parking. Yes.
Is there someone that can,
Through the chair, it seems like a fairly general comment. Likely parking details have not been provided on the plans that were provided, and as such, it's something that would be reviewed for compliance at building permit stage, and if those parking requirements of Section 5 cannot be complied with, variances may be required. But I don't know the specific regulation offhand.
Okay, yeah, no, we'll comply. We have lots of room there, so if there's an issue, we'll comply. Problem.
okay. Committee? Mel?
Yeah, I'll make a motion to approve with the conditions.
Okay, second by Robert. All in favor? Opposed? Seeing none, motion carried, application approved.
Thank you very much.
And through the chair, I believe we're scheduled for a 15-minute break. And also, I believe we need, that'll give us a chance for our staff to try to address the technical issues. I do want to note, I believe we have an application scheduled after the break for 825-124-193 Herkimer Street, Hamilton. The afternoon applications are supposed to be in the East Development District. That one, I believe, is supposed to be in the West Development District. I think that was just an error. However, we do have an interested party there, so I don't think we should move it. Just wanted to make a note of that to the committee. Okay, and if it was okay, if we could take a 15-minute break now, and then we'll come back around like 11:15 or so. Is that okay? Okay, thank you.
criteria and that for grandfathering, and this will be a continuous
Two houses.
site-specific two-house property. Is that correct?
That's correct, yes.
Thank you.
Through the chair as well, if I may add.
Oh, sorry.
Through the chair, if I may add, just to clarify, there's no dispute that the lands are currently consolidated. We were just looking for confirmation as to when they did consolidate, and the documents do indicate prior to 1982, but there's no proof that's been shown to us. So that's what we'll be looking for. And if the will of the committee is to ensure that it can be treated as a legal non-conforming situation under 45-2, then that can be proceeded with that condition. Otherwise, if based on what's been provided, if we're satisfied that the variance can proceed, that's the will of the committee. But I think we're staff has just no evidence to demonstrate that, and as the comments indicate, that it doesn't view it as if it was more recent and it is a non-compliance with the bylaw under the currently review it as a section 45-1 variance, that it wouldn't meet the tests for the intent of the official plan and zoning bylaw.
Okay, the agent, yes.
Yeah, just to comment on that, if we can't provide proof and thus demonstrate that these were consolidated prior to the enactment of the bylaws, what would be the solution proposed? Would these lots then be deemed to be going against the bylaw and thus need to be demolished, or like how do we move forward? That's the reason we came to the Committee of Adjustments, is to honor these two existing buildings in their existing form in full awareness. I think everyone's on the same page here that they do not comply with the bylaws that are currently in place because they were constructed so long ago. So the committee has the power to recognize that they were constructed before, that they are currently on the same parcel, and that they can make an allowance for that in this case. Providing records, I don't think will clarify that any further than it is. So I would like to see the variance 2 wording as it is be considered by the committee.
Okay. Donna.
Okay, I'm going to put a motion forward that the application be approved. Yeah, variance 1, 2, and 3 with the conditions, if there is any conditions, with the proposed conditions.
Okay. Is there a seconder? Robert? All in favor? Opposed, if any? Seeing none? Motion carried, application approved.
Thank you.
Through the chair, I think we had some people participating through the live stream. There was an issue with the audio. I believe it has now been corrected. So if there was any issues, anyone, please, you can email us at cofa@hamilton.ca. But if not, the audio should now be working. Okay? Okay. Moving on. We have a minor variance application, A25229, to Buchan Court, Flamborough. Agent is A. Drasta Contracting Incorporated, D. Drastra. I apologize if I mispronounced your name. Applicant is A. Drasta Contracting Incorporated, D. Drasta Limestone Trail. And the owner is F. Chachia. Is there any members of the public who wish to speak on this application? Sorry, just to go back to the previous application, development planning is asking for the last application. So is it been approved? It's the variances 1, 2, and 3 with conditions. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. I don't know if development planning had anything else to ask about that. Yeah. And was it an amended variance number 1 or no? No. Okay. All right. So variances 1 to 3 are approved with conditions. Okay, that was the previous application. Sorry, returning to this one. Are there any members of the public who wish to speak on this application? Okay, seeing none, I'll ask the applicant or agent to please step forward. Please provide your name and address, and then you can make your presentation to the committee.
Good morning, members of the committee. My name is Darren Drystra, and I'm the agent for the homeowners at 2 Buchan Court. Regarding the proposed detached ADU and the associated setback and placement variances. We have reviewed the staff report and can appreciate all comments. We'd like to clarify some of the comments on placement and setbacks and move the project forward. The proposed ADU contributes directly to Hamilton's housing goals by providing gentle, small-scale density living. At only 357 square feet, the proposed ADU is appropriately scaled for the size of the property. We do recognize the size and shape of the lot and have worked with the homeowners on this. We have created a one-story accessory residential living space. Although the variance relates to setback distance and placement, the impact is minimal. Sightlines remain unchanged as the existing fence stays in place. From a privacy perspective, there are no concerns as we still have a proper rear yard setback and again are proposing this to be a one-story building. The neighboring dwelling has an attached garage, so no living space is on this side of their property. The character of the detached ADU will act as an accessory structure. The size and shape are not overpowering or taking over certain aspects of the neighborhood or the individual property. The structure is small, low profile, and truly is compatible with surrounding homes' accessory structures. When looking at the neighboring area across the road, there is a corner lot with an accessory structure on the flankage side yard. As it is not a dwelling unit, it is still an accessory structure, and this creates a very similar situation to what we are proposing today, and this has been here for many years. The Hamilton official plan encourages additional dwelling units as part of its housing strategy. The proposal delivers a much-needed form of housing, especially given current housing pressures. The intent of the flankage setback is to ensure openness, safety, and compatibility. All these objectives are maintained. The ADU does not interfere with sightlines, traffic, drainage, or neighboring properties, as it is still enclosed by the property's fence and still within the rear yard of this property. The location proposed is the practical location on this lot due to existing structures, driveway placement, access requirements, and servicing layout. The location of the ADU was carefully selected to satisfy building requirements and meet required setbacks where feasible, and that is why we're here today. But most importantly, the proposed location provides safe, direct access for the homeowner's mother. Relocating the ADU to another part of the lot, such as the rear corner, will create mobility concerns due to creating a greater distance from the driveway and access. This would undermine the purpose of the ADU, which is to ensure the homeowner's mother can access her living space safely and independently on a one-floor living level. The family has invested time, effort, and resources in creating a thoughtful, sensitive design and balances requirements with the real-world needs of an elderly parent. We respectfully ask the committee to recognize the unusual conditions of the lot and see the purpose of the project. Another concern brought up in the report was the city tree. The construction we are proposing is an engineered slab. An engineered slab typically goes 12 to 18 inches below grade, so the results of the excavation are minimal and well above the structural root zone of the boulevard tree. We have sufficient distance to ensure the health and continued growth of that tree do continue. The owners have also discussed the project with the neighbors. There have been no concerns raised there, and they have been supportive of the project. There are no demonstrated negative impacts arising from this variance. For these reasons, we believe the application meets all 4 tests and represents good planning. We respectfully request approval from the committee. I'm here for any questions you may have, and thank you for your time and consideration.
Okay, thank you. To the committee, questions on the ADU?
There was a letter from the Niagara Escarpment Commission that was not very positive towards this development. How does that affect the city and the planning department if their letter and demands are overridden?
Good morning, Spencer Skidmore, Acting Manager of the East Development Planning Team. So this is not in an area of development control for the Niagara Escarpment Commission, so they don't need a development permit. It's in the urban area of the Niagara Escarpment Plan. However, they are a commenting agency, hence they provided comments, and our decisions, land use planning decisions, do have to conform with their plan. Based on the comments we received, because this is in the Niagara Escarpment Plan and it's a secondary dwelling unit, or we call them additional dwelling units, same thing, they don't permit them in detached structures in the Niagara Escarpment Plan. So there's a bit of maybe some conflicting policy in terms of the official plan and the Niagara Escarpment Plan. Something else we'd like to discuss with them further, hence why we suggested that the application or recommended the application be tabled. So something we can work with the applicant and the Niagara Escarpment Commission to ensure that they're on board as well. So another reason for the recommendation of tabling before the committee. Thank you.
Anyone else? Does that answer your question, Robert?
Sort of. Wasn't definitive, but I think we know the results. Based on staff's comments, I think we should table this to work everything out. Have the applicant deal with the planning department along with the Niagara Escarpment Commission and come to a conclusion.
Like reading the report from the planning department, a lot of it is, it's based on the policy and the zoning bylaw and the official plan. But when you go for minor variance, like you do push those limits, and like because of the unique size lot, like we did address their comments. The only comment that we didn't address is the NEC, which don't allow that to happen. But all municipalities, you know, they're all pushing these ADUs to happen. We addressed the sight lines, we addressed, yeah, we're under the lot coverage. We are putting it in a flanked side yard, but it's a court, so it's not as busy, it's not a main street, it's not causing those issues that the policy, you know, looks to.
I agree with you, but unfortunately, they commented on it, and the proposal cannot be supported as its approval would be inconsistent with the policies of the provincial plan. So having said that, if we deny it, then it's dead in the water, obviously. But if we table it, there may be a possible way around that, getting with the planning department, and plus satisfying some of the other questions that they brought up. So would you be willing to table it?
Yeah, I guess gotta talk to the homeowner about that. But
Angela Kekia and my mom right there, Philippa Kekia, who we're trying to build this for. I don't know if you need to come down though. Do you want to come down? That's okay. Just wanted you to meet her. As far as the Niagara Escarpment Commission goes, in us being extremely cooperative with all of our money and our time, doing everything that everybody asked us to do, this was never mentioned to us once, never once. So we are now here at the finish line, and at the finish line, we're being told something that we expected the guidance from our department, the ADU department, to be able to help us recognize what we are supposed to be doing, what my mother's supposed to be doing with money that she does not have, to be able to finish this application. We started the application from scratch, which made us believe that we were going to be able to take all of the regulations and all the guidance the ADU department gave us, and we fulfilled every single one of them over a year. And if this is the only thing that is outstanding, we're extremely disappointed because nobody had mentioned this in any part of our procedure at all. We expect the guidance from the ADU department to be able to help us with this sort of thing. I am not to be an expert in every one of the stages that you guys are in right now. So we cannot table it because we have no more money and we have no more time. So this is the problem. So if tabling it means, now I have to become an expert in what tabling means. I suppose that means that we're going to have to continue. We won't be able to put in any more money, and we won't be able to fill out any more forms. So I'm not really sure why this wasn't mentioned before. This is a huge problem for us. We need to get something built for my mom. She's going to be 85. We're trying to help out with the housing crisis. We've been more than cooperative, and these guys really know what they're doing. Super, super unexpected. That's something that never got mentioned to us before, although I can completely appreciate that it is a thing. We should have addressed that thing before we put all of our money and time into this. I'm not sure why somebody waited till now to mention this to us. Does anyone have any other questions for me? Very disappointing. I'm here for any other questions if you have any questions for my mother as well.
Is that something that the committee can approve and override, like that NEC and that policy?
There was a whole 10-story subsidized housing complex built right in the backyard of this court. I don't understand. It's in the backyard.
So if we table this application and we have planning talks to NEC and gets their approval, because NEC approves ADUs, they just don't approve the detached ones. But the Hamilton zoning bylaw, the Hamilton official plan approves these detached ADUs. So there's that conflict there. So like how do you solve that conflict? And I know that, is it site specific or is it just, NEC denies it, so we're not allowed to move that forward?
Let me, to the planning department, if the applicant was going to submit a plan for a detached garage, a structure as a garage, would that be considered, I know it's not an ADU, but I'm just trying to grasp straws here is why they're going off the deep end, trying to say it's not permitted.
Yeah, so Spencer Skidmore, Acting Manager, Development Planning. So to answer your question, a detached garage would be an accessory structure to a single detached dwelling. So they don't, the policy, I'm not an expert on the policy in the Niagara Escarpment Plan, but the policy in the Niagara Escarpment Plan doesn't have the same restrictions for detached garages than they do secondary dwelling units. So they have very specific policy in Section 2, which is their development criteria in the Niagara Escarpment Plan, that allows secondary dwelling units, but only in attached structures, not detached ADUs, as the agent correctly referenced. So that's kind of the distinction between that. In terms of why they're coming in at this juncture and not previously, I don't know the whole process and the steps you guys have went through, but they only typically are circulated on Planning Act applications. So if you were just going through like a building permit process, so for example, if you built the detached ADU in compliance with the zoning bylaw, you didn't need variances, then they wouldn't have been circulated and they likely wouldn't have provided comment. So that's why they're coming in, because we circulate them on Planning Act applications. So that's why they've come in at this juncture, and that's why they're providing their comments based on their policy. Now, in terms of the agent's comment about if committee makes a decision, they could make a decision that contravenes the Niagara Escarpment Plan and the policy. However, I believe in this instance, I'd have to confirm, because there's been some change to appeal rights. The Niagara Escarpment Commission would have the ability to appeal, as as a public body. I'd have to confirm that because there has been some recent changes with appeal rights for minor variances, but that is a potential outcome. Thank you.
Where does that leave us?
So I guess, so if we grant your wishes,
The Niagara Escarpment could appeal it.
The Niagara Escarpment Commission could appeal.
So that's a 20-day appeal period. They can appeal it, and then you go to the Ontario Land Tribunal,
Yeah,
right?
then-
You move it forward to there,
Or they could not appeal it.
or they could not. That's, yeah.
Is that how it goes?
Beca-
I'm trying
So,
to learn the process here, but.
yeah. So if we would, table this and we end up talking to you, I'm not sure who, but we end up talking to you guys, can we convince NEC? Or is that just, this is the risk that we take either way. If we table it, we have discussions with you guys and we say, it makes sense, like it's a feasible location. If we push it into the farther back from the flankage yard, there could be drainage issues. We've looked at all that. There could be that separation from the existing single-family dwelling. That's going to become smaller. That's why we've created the design in an L shape so that it fits on the property. That privacy is still there. The neighboring unit has a garage on it. You can still use the backyard as the backyard is once that ADU is put on there. So, yeah, I guess if we go back and we table this, we talk to you guys, NEC still doesn't approve it, we come here, we get it approved, but NEC still has that appeal period. So either way, they can still appeal it if it gets approved today or next week, or next month, 2 months.
Through the chair, that's correct. So in terms of our concerns, they're pretty minor, and I think we could resolve those fairly quickly. And I think you've addressed a lot of our concerns with the information that you submitted through your oral submissions to committee that wasn't part of the application package. I think you did a good job addressing our comments. So I think we could work through that pretty quickly. I guess the unknown is I can't speak on behalf of the Niagara Escarpment Commission, what they may or may not be able to support or not support. All I can offer is an expedient facilitation of a meeting between somebody at the commission and yourself and me, and trying to facilitate a positive outcome. I can't speak on whether or not they would, provide any comments that run counter to their policy or make an exception or recognize this is a unique circumstance. I can't really provide any direction on that. They would, I believe, have the right to appeal under either circumstance.
Yeah.
Whether they're likely to, I don't know. And that might be a benefit of the discussion too, is that whether they would be likely to appeal should committee make a decision that runs contrary to their policy.
Yeah, because the other thing the other idea in the design of this ADU, it is built for, like, an ADU is an accessory dwelling unit, so it's still accessory, right? Like, just like a garage is an accessory building, it's a accessory. So like your question, what's the difference between a garage and this ADU? Well, yeah.
Nothing with the way it's built, because we've had to go through the piping, it's all being
Yeah.
augmented by
We don't
one
want
house.
we don't want to inflict more cost to you, and maybe in this situation it might be best to table it and see if you can have that conversation with the NEC. Won't cost, well, I shouldn't say it won't cost you anything, because
Yeah,
I don't
trust any
know.
of that, but sure.
I don't know.
It's going to be a fee.
When they have to write recommendations for or against, I'm sure there's a fee there. But as far as meeting with the city and, expediting a meeting with NEC, might be your quickest way to get a meeting with them. And they may, again, as the comment was, they may come back and still not give you favorable comments, but at least you've had that conversation with them. And I'm not saying it will or it won't, but it may have some bearing on how we make a decision too.
So either way.
This is the final obstacle.
Yeah.
This is the final obstacle, right?
To get past the variance, yes. So either way, NEC is going to have a say. So if we table it, we can
We
discuss
can have
with
a
them.
conversation.
Yeah.
If we don't have a conversation.
I mean, if we okayed this today and NEC appeals it, now you have to go to the OLT, which will cost you
That'll cost money.
and it's time. I'm not sure their backlog or whatever, but It's a waiting period time.
Let's have that discussion, especially because they can put that appeal through. Either way.
Yeah,
So-
as long as that's the only.
We have a meeting in December, and then we have a meeting in late January. You know, I'm not sure whether you can get that conversation done before the agenda meeting for December. I think it's December 10th,
December 11th.
I
December
think
11th.
too, it might be a good idea, if it is tabled, to get with planning, solve all the cities. That gives them a clean slate. Then go to Niagara and say, okay, the cities approve this.
Why can't you approve it or
Yeah.
give us some? Yeah.
Otherwise, they could throw it back, well, the city hasn't, right?
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
And we're feeling good with what the city's got. Like, cities.
Yeah.
I just have a comment too about if NEC does say no, is there a way that you can attach this to your house? That may be something
Yeah,
to
I don't
look
think we'll be
into,
able to do that.
Yeah.
to make that
But-
approval.
Yeah.
But then, yeah.
Yeah, because if the city's this close, but NEC says no, then your
Yeah.
only other option is to somehow attach it to
Yeah.
the original building.
Yeah. Yeah.
Just a thought.
Yeah.
Something to consider for sure, in case that's the only obstacle, so.
So, I guess move forward with the tabling if that's still
You could always attach it with a breezeway.
okay.
Attach the house with a breezeway, so it's attached if you had to go that way.
That's something we can do.
Yeah, if there's some,
Yeah.
That's good.
I'm going to make a motion to table. You're okay with that?
Yeah.
Yes.
A motion to table the application.
okay,
Okay.
is there a seconder? Nick, all in favor? Opposed? Seeing none? Motion carried.
Thank you for your time today.
Thank you. We'll be in touch with the applicant after the hearing on next steps. Just to let you know, you may be aware, we did circulate some information to you immediately after you submitted the application. Typically, the staff report is put on the website at least the week prior. So after you review it, if you have any questions, call me, email me, come in and talk to me right before the meeting, and we could try to address some issues if necessary. I think my business card is there too. Okay? Thanks.
just on a comment, if you go through it online again, there's the notice, staff comments, and there's public. The Niagara letter's in there.
Oh, yeah. I have those with NEC.
Yeah, that'll give you the gory details.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Okay, next we have a minor variance application, 825228, 26 South Coast Road, Ancaster. Agent is AJ Clark and Associates Limited. R. Ferrari. Owner is Cara Custom Homes Incorporated, E. Carabelli. I believe we have interested parties here. It's Robert and Carol Whitelaw. Robert and Carol Whitelaw, are you here? Okay, is there any other members of the public who wish to speak on this application? Okay, seeing none, I'll ask the applicant or sorry, who are you? Are you in it? Do you want to speak on this application? Yep, please come up. Please provide your name and address, and then you can speak. And afterwards, if you can fill out an interested party form behind you and just leave it there. Thank you.
There's a button. Okay, one second. I'm just pulling up my notes. Do. Sorry, I just lost it. So my name's Suzanne McKinnon. I own the property at 20 South Coast Road in Ancaster. So I'm speaking in regards to the minor variance application A25 228 for 26 South Coat Road. As the owner of 20 South Coat Road, my property sits directly beside the right frontage of this proposed development, and the impacts are significant and personal. So just so you know, for the staffing, that's lot 6, when I was rereading the drawings. So I've reviewed the drawings, and it's now clear that the townhomes are 3 full stories in height, much taller than what was originally communicated to residents. This is a major departure from the earlier expectation that these would be 2-story luxury townhomes, not stacked 3-story units. At this height, 10 units will directly overlook my backyard, eliminating nearly all privacy for my home and outdoor living space. The proposed tree plantings are now nowhere near tall enough to mitigate this loss, nor will they be for many years. As the current plan suggests, or the redrawing suggests, that the minimum planting strip was to be 3 meters, now is under 1 meter, which would not support any full height trees at 12 meters high. That under 1 meter planting strip would only be enough planting strip for small bushes and no trees. Sorry, I'm just reading my notes. In addition, the height and massing of these 3-story units will block the southwest sunlight that currently reaches my yard, which is an essential part of how families use and enjoy the property. I also remain concerned about the ongoing issues on this site related to the drainage and reduction of green buffer space. This land has had water accumulation problems for decades, and reducing planting strips or increasing hard surfaces, which in regards to the wider driveway, this is why the planting strips are being reduced, will only worsen the situation. The lack of rationale or elevation details for the height increase makes it difficult for neighbors to fully understand the necessity of such a substantial change. Furthermore, this type of tall stacked townhouse form is not consistent with the existing neighborhood characteristic of Pinecrest. The surrounding area is made up of almost entirely large lot, single-story bungalow homes, which has long been a defining and desirable feature of South Coat Road area and Pinecrest neighborhood. Introducing 3-story buildings directly beside these established properties will substantially impact future home values, as it disrupts the scale, sightlines, and privacy that current homeowners reasonably expect and rely on. Given the direct impact of my property, privacy loss, sunlight obstruction, drainage concerns, and unexpected change in building form, and the effect on neighborhood property values, I strongly oppose the requested variances in their current form. Thank you for your time to review my concerns. I ask the committee to consider the serious implications this height design change will have on the enjoyment, livability, and long-term value of adjacent, long-established homes like mine. Thank you. And I don't know if you got my name initially.
There's a form.
Yeah, just behind you, there's a form. If you
Oh,
could
okay.
fill it out and just leave it there.
Oh, okay,
Thank you.
perfect.
Yeah.
Thank you. Sorry.
Was there any other members of the public who wish to speak on this application? Okay, seeing none, I'll ask the applicant or agent to please step forward. Please provide your name and address, and then you can make your presentation. Thank you.
Yes, my name is Mac Farrant. I'm a registered planner with AJ Clark & Associates, located at 25 Main Street West in Hamilton. I have had a chance to review the staff report along with comments and conditions. So the Chair, I'm grateful for planning staff to be in support of this application. I will just kind of address some of the concerns that the member of the public had. So starting with drainage, there is on the south side of the property, there's a 6-meter wide storm easement to allow for drainage along there, as well as a 2-meter planting strip located within that easement. And on the north side, we are providing a 9-meter wide storm easement that also is including a 3-meter planting strip, of course, at the exception of the parking area. That's pretty much a 0.9 meter wide reduction, but that's only about 6 meter wide as far as that variance goes. But we are in compliance with the rest of the site. In regards to height, I think something to keep in mind with these units is that this is a pitched roof townhouse, which is why the height is being exceeds the 10.5 maximum requirement in the zoning. But that is due to the pitched roof. If this design was a flat roof, that we would be in compliance. And I think it should also be noted that we have far exceeded the side yard requirements for the zoning. I think the minimum required is 7.5, and we are providing 10.8 and 11.3 to kind of minimize any shadowing or overview of the adjacent properties, as well as the rear yard that would be adjacent to the lot 6 that was being mentioned earlier by the member of the public. We are more than in compliance with those rear yard setbacks, specifically just to reduce any oversight and shadowing. And I think it should also be mentioned that on the other side of Southcote, that there is the Parkland Retirement Living facilities that are 5 stories in height. So we feel like with being able to provide that pitch roof style, we are in keeping with the character of the surrounding neighborhood. And again, this is strictly just to kind of keep that design guidelines and really shouldn't have any overview of the adjacent properties. But I'm happy to answer any additional questions you may have.
Committee? I know you've asked for the variance on the side yard to reduction to 0.9 from what's required to 3 meter. Is there any way of getting closer to the 3 meter planting strip, or because of the design?
Yeah, essentially, in order to provide adequate parking for these units, we would not be able to reduce, or I guess increase that 0.9. But I think just to keep in mind, that's only about 6 meters along the entirety of that lot line. Is going to be 0.9. And apart from that, we are going to be meeting the 3 meters planting strip.
Committee?
The garbage enclosures, there's 3 garbage enclosures shown on the drawing, correct?
That's correct.
What brand are they?
I believe those are mullock bins.
Then the drawings aren't right because Molochs are round. The reason I say that is that they're the square ones, the brand supplied by the normal fork truck, dump truck. They never work because they have to back up and move over, back up and move over. Where the Moloch pulls up, they put their crane out, lift up and dump. So I just want to clarify that because that's not the right rendition that's showing there. Okay. The other thing is the underground storage is that, I think you mentioned it, I just want to double check. It is an underground storage. And what's the diameter of them?
Sorry, you'll have to just give me one moment to just take a look. I don't think I have that on me at this moment.
Okay,
this is in reference to the mullock bins.
The fact that they're there, that's good. And yeah, that was my only comment on the garbage enclosures. Other than I don't know if that's going to be enough for, was it 24 units?
Again, fair, through the chair, I just respectfully, what we are here today is strictly with the landscaping strips and with the height variance. We have had discussions with city staff and they have found that there is no issue with waste management.
Through the chair, I don't know if you want maybe development planning staff to comment on that. I don't know if there's any kind of site plan application as well. I don't know.
Through the chair, this application has been vetted through our site plan team as well and has received conditional approval. I do believe that the applicants are working through their technical submission to get final clearance, and through that process, waste management has been reviewed and any comments or concerns from staff would be dealt with through that process. In speaking with the site plan planner on the file while putting the comments together, there were no concerns raised about this particular item. Okay. So if you have any other questions, happy to respond.
Donna.
Put a motion forward to approve the application with the conditions.
Okay, is there a seconder? Nick, all in favor? Opposed? Seeing none, motion carried, application approved.
Great, thank you.
Those bins.
Okay, next we have a consent application, SCB 2387, 218 Fruitland Road, Stony Creek. Agent is AJ Clark and Associates, S. Fraser. Owner is a numbered company, 218 Fruitland Incorporated, N. Miskovich. And I believe we have interested parties here. Teresa DeFalco. You here? Okay, please provide your name and address, and then you can speak. And afterwards, please, oh no, sorry. Teresa DeFalco, you here? Okay, yeah, please come forward. Please provide your name and address. And after you speak, please fill out an interested party form. It's just behind you, and just leave it on that table. Thank you.
Morning, committee. I'm here to speak on behalf of myself, John Geck, 217 Fruitland Road, and the Fruitland Road, Winona, Stony Creek Community Association for Safe and Healthy Neighborhoods. Teresa DeFalco is the president. She couldn't make it today, so I'm speaking on her behalf. I believe that we already submitted something from the association. I have 6 other homeowners here. Do you need them to come down? I'm just going to speak on their behalf. Do you need them to come down, or is that fine?
No, your comments.
Okay, so we're here today to talk about the severance application for 218 Fruitland Road. Our association has looked over the submission made by AJ Clark and Associates on behalf of Mr. Nick Miskovich. I think that's the way you pronounce it. Apologies if that's not right. However, the submission doesn't provide enough details about what's actually being proposed for the property. It simply states that the applicant believes the submission meets planning rules and doesn't give any specifics on the land what it will be used for and how it will be developed. Without this key information, we are not able to tell if this is going to fit the character of Fruitland Road. As most you know, Fruitland Road is a residential area with only single-family homes from Barton Street to Highway 8. The area has been that way for a few years, and there aren't any apartment buildings, townhouses, or high-density buildings along the street. To be clear, the residents of Fruitland Road and our associations oppose any development that changes the current residential feel of the street. If there's plans to build something like an apartment building or townhouses, that would go against the established character of the area, and we would not support it. Since we don't have enough information to fully understand the plans, we can't make a final decision yet. For now, we are opposed to the application until we get more details on how the property will go forward and be developed. Just my own comments to recap. We're not opposed to new construction on Fruitland Road. We invite it, but we're just trying to keep it all uniform and not change the landscape of the street, which is all detached single-family homes right now. For myself, I'm right across the street from that property, 218, and I'd really like to know what's going on, if there's going to be a driveway or a road that's going to be facing my house at night with headlights and everything going on. So we're just trying to keep the landscape all the same on the street. And that's about it. So thanks very much for your attention.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry, what was your address again? Sorry.
217.
Okay, thank you. Was there any other members of the public who wish to speak on this application? Okay, seeing none, I'll ask the applicant or agent to please step forward. Please provide your name and address, and then you can make your presentation to the committee. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, members of committee. My name is Stephen Fraser. I'm a registered professional planner and principal with AJ Clark and Associates. Here this afternoon on behalf of the applicant, Mr. Nick Miskovich, as well as the landowner group for Block 1 within the Fruitland Winona Secondary Plan area. We have reviewed the proposed conditions and are certainly happy with those, subject to the amendment put forth by Transportation Planning that was submitted to the Committee of Adjustment yesterday. It's a technical revision to that condition. We're still happy to have a road widening imposed as a condition. Just the extent of that widening needed to be changed as a result of the block servicing strategy. Again, we certainly support that change. Just by way of background, Mr. Chair, if I could, this application was submitted back in the summer of last year. It was brought forth to the Committee of Adjustment on September 10th and tabled at that time on the basis that the block servicing strategy for Block 1 was not completed and approved by Council. On October 8th of this year, Council approved the block servicing strategy for Block 1, and as such, enabled us to resurrect this application, bring it back before the Committee of Adjustment for consideration and approval. It should not be tabled, Mr. Chair, at this time. All this application is doing, to answer the members of the public's concern, is simply severing the rear portion of 218 and adding it to 212 Fruitland Road. There's 2 existing parcels today, 212 and 218. There'll be 2 existing parcels at the end of this severance process. The application's real intent is to enable a consolidation of land for future development, and that's where specifics with respect to the typology of units being proposed will be brought forward. So there's future Planning Act applications that are coming forward from the landowner group within Block 1. Those will be the processes and applications that will spell out exactly what is being proposed. All the technical requirements typical of a Planning Act application will be provided through that process and vetted by staff and other agencies through that process. So again, to reiterate, I just want to be very clear that this application before a Committee of Adjustment is simply a consolidation of a rear portion of land with the adjacent property to the east of 212. Happy to answer any questions and would support a recommendation of approval subject to the amendment to Condition 4. Thank you.
So the one concern is the realignment of a water course or whatever. And I'm sure that would be addressed when any further construction or changes to the site that would be severed off, right?
Yeah, through you, Chair, yes. The block servicing strategy approved in principle the location of that channel, but future development applications will refine the extent and location of that channel. But again, the block servicing strategy provides that direction.
Well,
Yeah, to the staff, we're only dealing with the severance, so that water course, that would be dealt with later. Are you okay with doing it that way, just severance of the, who's up there?
is there staff?
Through the chair to the committee member, that is up to the committee if they would be okay with that. So it is your decision.
Okay. So that would be dealt with
it
later. And it's just it's a severance of a piece of land.
Yeah. In that case, I'll make a motion for the severance with those conditions to be dealt with at a later date.
Seconded, motion made by Mel, seconded by Robert. All in favor? Opposed? Seeing none, motion carried, application approved.
Thank you.
So just through the chair, that's approved with the conditions. Okay.
Yes.
All right. Okay, moving on. We have a minor variance application, 825-225, 755 Beach Boulevard, Hamilton. Agent is A. Drastra Contracting Incorporating, D. Drastra. Applicant is A. Drastra Contracting Incorporating, D. Drastra, and designer Sunroom. Owner is M. O'Brien. I believe we have an interested party, Terry Lan. Are you there? Terry Lan? Okay. Is there any other members of the public who wish to speak on this application? Okay, seeing none, I'll ask the applicant or agent, please step forward. Please provide your name and address, and then you can make your presentation to the committee. Sorry? Sorry, through the chair. Are we able to, apologies, I believe she's here. Terry Lan, are you on WebEx?
Yes, I am.
Oh, there you are. Okay, did you want to speak?
Yes, I do.
Okay, please provide your name and address, and then you can speak. Thank you.
Perfect. It's Terry Lawn at 693 Beach Boulevard.
Okay, go ahead.
Perfect. I've been elected to speak to this application on behalf of the Beach Community Council and on my own behalf, as I'm a neighbor of 755 Beach Boulevard. I'd like to make 4 historic references to what you may view as irrelevant, but I will explain how they are connected further into my notes and why the beach community is opposed to this application. My 4 references pertain to the history on this property. The initial application permit was for a renovation on a dilapidated cottage. This was a workaround to avoid a new build permit. Save one wall, the existing structure was 2x4, which eventually was replaced with a new 2x6 wall. Apparently that's a standard common thing that happens. However, the initial approved plans did not include a rear deck, and a city survey was used for the site plan, none of which was verified. Since the initial build and after the fact illegal rear deck addition, the site was covered with impermeable concrete. Over 90% of the lot is concrete, again, an after the fact addition. Another after the fact addition was a hot tub. It was added to the second floor of the rear deck. Within a short amount of time, the weight of that hot tub sunk the entire north side of the deck because the foundation was inadequate and couldn't support the weight. Additionally, ESA has no application for the electrical wiring required for the hot tub, and the city has no engineered files that would support the hot tub. Eventually, the hot tub was removed. If our memory serves us correctly, we recall there being a rear property line discrepancy with the survey that was submitted on the first go-around. Now, this comment may be irrelevant, but we'd like to state for the record that we believe there is an active litigation activity pertaining to this property, to which we believe the city is party to that litigation. This would need to be confirmed, as we don't know the details of that litigation suit. If this application is approved, it would set a precedence for rear yard setbacks in an area where a master drainage plan was developed based on the stormwater ponding study. Report PED 19190, Urban Protected Residential. Amended bylaw 6593, bylaw 99-169, and 19-170 all pertain to drainage and water tables specific to Beach Boulevard. It is specific to Beach Boulevard because Beach Boulevard is a unique environmental area. This area is frequented by developers. As you know, the beach has become popular for opportunities to make money. Approving this application makes our community more vulnerable and more desirable for developers who tend to be financially driven. The owner's application notes a 3-season enclosure. However, the drawings do not support a 3-season enclosure. The drawings show contrary to that. A fully insulated ceiling, double pane windows and doors, and foam board insulation. So for what reason? Once built, this enclosure will be livable year-round space and will be indistinguishable from the principal structure. This fact alone supports our concern for a future precedence for rear yard setbacks. No engineering details have been provided. What supports the weight of the roof, the enclosed walls, all the new framing, insulation, and all the glass. Certainly not a 16-inch sonotube footing sitting in sand as noted on the proposed drawings. This in itself is important as it relates back to our comment on the hot tub installed on the second floor without an engineer's blessing. The hot tub sunk the entire north side of the deck because the inadequate foundation couldn't support the weight. The hot tub was later removed. There is no reference to drainage on the proposed plans. For the additional runoff associated to the new roof, there's no notes. If the deck and enclosure is on the property line, then the roof of the enclosure overhangs the property line. This is shown on the proposed elevation drawings. No consideration has been given to drainage in any way, let alone the amended bylaws specific to Beach Boulevard. Enclosing the deck further increases runoff. I mentioned earlier that more than 90% of the entire lot is covered with impermeable concrete. A photo was included in our opposed written submission, and if we could review that image, you will see water pooling in the driveway. I'm not sure if you can bring that image up. If I tell you where it came from?
Sorry, through the chair, in the notice of hearing we sent out, if there's any presentations, we do request
Okay,
that you send it to us the day before the hearing. Let us know. Sorry.
Okay, that's fair. It is in one of the notes that was submitted for the Beach Community Council by Joel Hughes, if you have it in your package and want to reference it. Anyway, that you'll see in that image that there is water pooling in the driveway. Bylaw drainage on Beach Boulevard runs from the rear of the lot to the boulevard. The image confirms otherwise. With that much coverage and the overhang of the proposed new roof is the the proposed new roof is the owner suggesting that the immediate neighbors address the additional runoff? Was an application submitted and approved allowing the 90+% lot coverage of impermeable paved concrete? Did the city disregard the 50% permeable green space that supports drainage? Was the city even aware that the lot is being covered? All of these drainage concerns conflict with the master drainage plan developed specifically for Beach Boulevard. What zoning requirements are associated to this year-round added living space, such as parking, gross area, heating, cooling, and glass massing? The proposed application is missing elements recently added by the current owner. Within the past few months, the current owner removed a portion of the rear deck and installed stairs that exit towards the path. The stairs are proud of the rear property line and encroach onto conservation property. The proposed plan does not show the new stair addition, odd to say the least. A photo was included in our proposed written submission. Again, if you want to reference that, it's from Joel Hughes. Has Conservation Authority provided feedback on how this addition impacts their land? Is Conservation aware of the new stairs that encroach their land? On page 6 of 20 on the PDF submitted to the file A.25.225 notice combined PDF, the architectural designer notes in very small mouse type, dimensions on the site are taken from municipal GIS mapping and have not been verified in any way. This is not a legal survey, site verification of property lines, and they must be done prior to construction. The designer is not responsible for any construction or it occurs, verifying all dimensions by using the sketch. The owner assumes all responsibility for accuracy of the sketch. Given the loosey-goosey history on this property—
Mr. Chair, could we have a point of order? This is just getting a little off topic.
I'm not actually. I have one more comment to make and I'm finished.
Great, thanks.
Okay, thanks. So given the loosey-goosey history on this property, the possible legalities that may currently be active, the questionable additions, the lack of engineering specifications, and the lack of any reference to drainage specific to Beach Boulevard, I question how the committee can comment to, let alone approve this application without a current verified survey and site plan, without stamped engineered details, without drainage compliance, without conservation's input, and without any reasonable explanation as to why a multitude of zoning and stormwater bylaws developed specifically for Beach Boulevard will be disregarded should the committee approve this application. In our opinion, it would be environmentally negligent to disregard the well-analyzed, documented rules put in place to protect the unique, complex area of Beach Boulevard. And we ask the committee to give consideration to denying this application. Appreciate you hearing us.
Thank you for your comments.
Is there anyone else? Any other members of the public? Just to that member of the public, thank you for your comments. I believe I spoke to your colleague. He did send me something regarding what you were discussing in terms of some of the policies relating to the water-related policies, but it was sent to me last night. So I wasn't able to get an immediate response to that. I did speak to him previously as well. Again, just want to note, some of the comments you raised, he didn't raise it to me. Again, if there's any kind of building issues relating to the property, please let us know. You can always contact me if you need to, and we can get you in touch with the building department, and they can look into that. Just for your reference, you may have reviewed it. The staff report has been posted on our website. Hamilton Conservation Authority did provide comments on the application. Also, just for reference, minor variance applications are not precedent setting. Each of them are looked at individually on a case-by-case basis. And in terms of any kind of litigation, I'm not aware of that. I don't know if the applicant has any information on that. I don't know if that has any bearing on this application. Okay. And again, thank you again. Is there any other members of the public who wish to speak? Okay, seeing none, I'll ask the applicant or agent to please step forward. Please provide your name and address, and you can make your presentation to the committee.
Good afternoon again. My name is Darren Drystra, and I'm speaking on behalf of the homeowners at 755 Beach Boulevard. Thank you for your time today. We have read the report provided and agree to the condition of the drawings and site sketch as mentioned in the report. We understand building permits are required for this addition, and we will be finalizing these in accordance with the City of Hamilton. We appreciate staff's conclusion for the requested reduction in rear yard setback. Just to address some of the public's comments. So there are new homeowners that have bought the property. There is a minor variance for this rear deck that's currently on the property. This rear deck has been rebuilt on the property. It does have permits. It did have old drawings that the City of Hamilton did pass to us that we have used to draw and go to site and scale off of that. As for the engineers, this isn't a building permit, so I did have an engineer go to site, and we are going to discuss all that. We have discussed all that. We have discussed a way forward in how to support this addition better instead of just the 16-inch piers. As of the rear deck, that's all legal. That's all on documents. The City of Hamilton has sent that to us that had a minor variance done to it. I'm not aware of the stairs, and if this did happen, we can discuss this further with the homeowner, and it can be brought to the original on what was the allowable. And then just to talk about the actual project, it is as designed. It is supposed to be a screened-in room. I don't think there's insulation. I would have been the one to do the drawings. If that's on the notes, my apologies. But it is supposed to be a 3 Seasons room with screened in, and they are not taking out that patio door that's in between the existing house and the 3 Seasons room. The biggest part is they're away from the elements if we create a 3 Seasons room like this, because it's right on the lake. There's wind, there's, the elements of life. So We respectfully request the committee approve the variance as recommended by staff. I appreciate your time, and I'm here for any questions that you guys may have regarding the application or public comments.
Committee, any questions on the enclosure?
When you first got involved with this property with the new owners, the deck was already on the property line?
Yes, yeah, so we have documents from the city for a minor variance for the deck on the property line. We have there's an old site plan. It states it right in the application that says, like in the old minor variance, I think it's from 2016, or do you know, Wes? No? And anyway, so that is all legal, and if that's something that needs to be seen, we can show that. Originally, when I did apply for it, I had a smaller, like I had a setback there, and the city advised me that no, this setback is 0, and has been that since that minor variance was applied for.
Okay. Well, you'll have to look into that issue with the stairs or whatever. I mean, in the picture that we have, the stairs
They aren't there, yeah.
go out beyond the fence or whatever, and but that's not in front of us today, so.
Mhm.
I'm going to put a motion forward to approve the application with the conditions.
Okay, is there a seconder? Nick, all in favor? Opposed? Seeing none, motion carried, application approved.
Thank you for your time.
Next we have a minor variance application A25223, 5127 Harrison Road, Glanbrook. Agent A. Drystra Contracting Incorporating, D. Drystra. Owner is M. Binns and K. Binns. Are there any members of the public who wish to speak on this application? Okay. Seeing none, I'll ask the applicant or agent, please step forward. Please provide your name and address, and then you can make your presentation to the committee. Thank you.
Yeah, perfect. Good afternoon, my name is Darren Drystra. I'm the agent for the homeowners at 5127 Harrison Road. This application is to reduce the side yard setback from 2.9 meters to allow the construction of a new agricultural building that replaces the existing two that are currently on the property that are in poor shape. We have read the report provided and are happy with staff's conclusion. Mike has discussed the project with his neighbors and no concerns have been made, and we respectfully request approval as recommended by staff.
Okay. When I first saw the application, I thought that the narrow strip of land and how does it require for agriculture, but through visitation or whatever and comments, that question has been answered, and it's a lavender
It's a lavender, yeah. They've been doing it for years, go to markets, so.
Okay. Committee, any questions or?
Yeah, I've revisited the property and I understand, and I looked at the barn, it is leaning a little bit on the side, so I've got to replace it. So I'll make a motion to approve this application with the notes.
Okay, moved by Mel, seconded by Robert. All in favor? Opposed? Seeing none, motion carried, application approved.
Thank you. And this is my last one for today, so.
Okay. Moving on, we have a minor variance application, A25124, 193 Herkimer Street, Hamilton. Agent is Studio MANA Incorporated, B. Mutalif. Owner is M. Taylor. I believe we have an interested party, Sharon Callan, Sharon Callan. Are you here? Okay. She's not on WebEx? Okay. Okay, is there any other members of the public who wish to speak on this application? Okay, seeing none, I will ask the applicant or agent, please step forward. Please provide your name and address, and then you can make your presentation to the committee. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Brian Mathalif from Studio Mana Inc., representing the owner, Mike Taylor. We have reviewed the documents and are happy to see that the staff providing support. I would ask for one clarification from staff if possible. there is a condition that suggests that the development is in general consistency with the architectural package. We are currently, or have been currently, I guess, involved with building permit department for this project. We're working through details on the project, for instance, with ceiling heights and window sizes, et cetera. I just wanted to clarify what general consistency meant in this case, and if changes were made in accordance with the building permit department, if that would then, I guess, be applicable in this case.
So that's a question to the building department.
Through the chair, that condition is applied to ensure that the footprint of the building doesn't change. So interior renovations are one thing. We understand that there will be some modifications made to accommodate the additional unit. However, in order for staff to support this proposal under our current policy regime, as discussed with the applicants previously, no exterior modifications or modifications to the footprint of the building can be made.
Okay, so then just point of clarity then, footprint of the building is definitely going to remain the same. Like I said, we are concurrently working with the building department on window sizes, et cetera. Those may adjust the elevations, but as I understand, as long as it doesn't affect the footprint, elevation changes in terms of window sizes, et cetera, are okay. Correct?
Through the chair, that's correct.
All right, thank you very much.
Okay. Committee have any questions on this application? Is there a motion?
Make a motion to approve the variance with the conditions and notes.
Okay, is there a seconder? Donna, all in favor? Opposed? Seeing none? Motion carried, application approved.
Thank you.
Okay, next we have a minor variance application, A25211, 113 Tolton Avenue, Hamilton. The owners are Toby. I apologize if I mispronounced your name. Is there any members of the public who wish to speak on this application? Okay, seeing none, I'll ask the applicant or agent, please step forward. Please provide your name and address, and then you can make your presentation to the committee. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Ryan Taube, 113 Tolton Avenue in Hamilton. I've reviewed over all the comments, and I see all the staff are supported of variances 1 through 3, and I've seen the developmental engineering comment to keep the existing drainage pattern. So if there's any comments, I'm here
to
answer them.
Any questions from the committee?
If you're happy with all the results of that in the notes, I'll make a motion to approve it with all the notes.
Okay, seconder, Nick, all in favor? Opposed? Seeing none, motion carried, application approved.
Thank you very much, and I appreciate everyone's time.
Okay, next we have a minor variance application, A25216, 47 Everton Place, Hamilton. Applicant is Jay Hughes and owner is R. Mancini. Is there any members of the public who wish to speak on this application? Okay, seeing none, I will ask the applicant or agent to please step forward. And please provide your name and address, and then you can make your presentation to the committee. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Jake Hughes. Thanks for reviewing our application. I'm the owner applicant for 47 Everton Place. The reason for the application submission was to reduce a side yard setback from 1.2 meters to 0.6 to help the construction of a single-story garage. The reason for the reduction is so the owner can actually enter the garage without having to turn around his house. There's an existing metal shed in place that's slightly closer to the lot line. We believe that if we can maintain drainage, that the 0.6 meter setback should be sufficient. We also reviewed the proposed conditions, and we wanted further clarification regarding the tree protection plan and landscape plan. As the adjacent crab tree, it's a slab on grade, so we don't believe the excavation will impede the root system of the adjacent tree. And we reviewed the notes. The building permit will be submitted, and we have designed the structure for the 2024 Ontario Building Code.
Okay, thank you. Committee have any questions? So staff was recommending to revise the one variance?
Yes, staff recommended to reduce it to 0.9 meters over the 0.6. We were hoping to push back on that if possible.
Any questions?
You want to keep it at 0.6 meters?
Yeah, if you see the driveway is not very wide, so the farther we push it into the yard, you'll actually have to turn around the corner of the building to enter the garage door. We just think functionality of the site, it'll work a lot better at the 0.6 meter.
So staff has recommended the 0.9 meters, and that's usually their limit of what they go to.
Okay.
So unless you're willing to go to that route.
We would be willing if there was another alternative that we could get approved for the 0.6 meters. We'd like to look into that, but if 0.9 is the limit, then we'd accept that.
The only other thing you can do is table it and talk to them about it.
Okay, I believe we'll just accept the 0.9 meter staff recommendation.
Okay.
Do you want comment from planning or just?
Get comments and see what they say.
Yeah, we can get comment from staff.
Yeah, through the chair to the committee member. Development engineering provided comments. I believe so they recommended that no negative impacts to the adjacent property. And as in this case, 0.6 is not permitted through the zoning bylaw. Typically, they require the 0.9 meter setback. So.
The owner and contractor had reviewed the plans for the project with the adjacent easterly neighbor, and the neighbor was okay with the 0.6 meter setback.
The only problem with that is when new people come in and they don't agree with it.
Right.
So
understandable.
I'm going to make a motion to approve the application with the revised variance number 1 to 0.9 meters setback.
Okay, is there a seconder for that? Nick? All in favor? Opposed? Seeing none, motion carried, application approved.
Thank you.
Okay, moving on, we have I think there's one more application here. Yeah, we have a minor variance application, A25221. 215 Dartnell Road, Hamilton. Agent is GSP Group Incorporated, E. Clo, and the owner is Hamilton Burlington SPCA, B. Grabel. Is there any members of the public who wish to speak on this application? Okay. Seeing none, I'll ask the applicant or agent, please step forward. Please provide your name and address, and then you can make a presentation to the committee. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Ethan Clue, planner with GSP Group. Our offices are located at 162 Locke Street South. Here on behalf of the applicant, Hamilton Burlington SPCA, we have reviewed the staff report and are supportive of the recommendation to approve the application, subject to the one condition.
Committee, questions? Motion?
Motion to approve the variance. with the notes and conditions, if there is any.
Okay, seconded by Mal. All in favor? Opposed? Seeing none? Motion carried, application approved.
Thank you.
And through the chair, I believe we have a scheduled break now. So I believe it would be, is it 15? Is it like a 10-minute break we want? Or, yeah.
Is that long enough?
Or 15 minutes? Okay, let's take a 15-minute break and we'll be back around 1:15 PM. Okay, thank you.
We apologize for
Okay. Through the chair, if it's okay, we'll resume now at 1:25 PM.
Okay, we'll reconvene.
Okay. Next, we have a minor variance application, A25155, 738 Upper Gave Avenue, Hamilton. Applicant is A. Angeliki, and yeah, I apologize if I mispronounced the name. Owner is G. Wilson. Is there any members of the public who wish to speak on this application? Okay, seeing none, I'll ask the applicant or agent, please step forward. Please provide your name and address, and you can make your presentation to the committee.
My name's Led Angelisi of Led Angelisi Design, 270 Sherman Avenue North, Hamilton, L8L6N4.
Yes, welcome to our meeting. Sorry that we're running a bit late, but.
Okay.
Did you have a chance to read the comments that were posted?
I did. I guess maybe the only thing I just want clarification on is that variance number 2 has been reworded.
Yes.
And it says there, instead of, I think it previously was an incorrect number, it was, it's been reduced to 127 meters squared. That's correct, as long as the stairs aren't counted twice. Right, there's no basement, so it's not like there's 2 staircases stacked on top of each other, right? So counting it twice would like literally be counting the same staircase for a second time. So that number there is assuming that the staircase was only included once.
Did you want us to check with planning to see if it was only counted once? Or?
Yeah, if that's okay. I just, like, when we apply for a building permit, I don't want, the building department to assume that you count it twice, or I just don't know if I find myself in a position like that.
Good afternoon, Spencer Skidmore, acting manager. So the variance is based on, so through you, Chair, the variance is based on the numbers provided to us by the applicant. So we don't physically scale the drawing out and calculate it. We just 127 square meters was indicated on the plan in terms of the gross floor area. So that's what we put in the variance. My understanding is they wouldn't count the stairs twice.
Okay.
But perhaps if somebody from, I believe Brody from zoning may be online and he might be able to confirm.
Okay, so that answers your question. Hopefully, or I mean, they wouldn't count the stairway twice.
Sorry, was there somebody from zoning that could verify that?
Through you, Chair, I believe there is somebody online from zoning. I believe Brody was online, who's the supervisor of the East zoning team, and he might be able to provide some more insight.
Because alternatively, if we could just include the stairs, that number would be 133 meters squared instead of 127.
Yeah, I believe the zoning examiner is Brody Paul. Just wonder if he's there. He is, yeah.
So through the chair, and if we can't get a hold of Brody, what I might suggest is we just modify that variance to be 133 square meters. Either way, it's the existing footprint of the garage. They're just adding a second story. And I believe there is a condition that ties it to the submitted plans. So there's no risk of them kind of demoing it and building a new big structure. So I think if it makes the applicant comfortable, certainly planning staff would be okay with that going up to 133 square meters if just to be on the safe side. Thank you.
And through the chair, the zoning supervisor is having some technical issues. Yeah, just to Brody Paul, if you want, you could also try to phone in as well if you needed to, or maybe try to log out and log back in. Okay.
So on variance 2, we'll just update that from 127 to 130, what was the number?
133.
133?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Any other comments?
No, that's everything.
Committee? Any questions? Motion?
I'll make an application to approve the, or make a motion to approve the application for 1 and 3 and the revised 2. I believe that's from 127 to 133 square.
Okay. Seconder?
With
Nick? All in favor? Opposed? Seeing none, motion carried, application approved.
Thank you.
Okay, next we have it's a consent, and there's an associated minor variance as well, so typically the practice is that both of them will be heard together. So it is, the consent is a B25054, and the minor variance is A25161. In both of them, the agent is SCAP Architects Incorporated. The owners are P. Mandati and B. Polakala. And then the purchaser is P. Mandati, B. Polakala. I believe we have some interested parties here for this application. So first I will call Mark Mazzetti. You there?
Hello, yeah, I'm here.
Hi. If you wanted to speak, yeah, please provide your name and address, and then you can make a presentation to the committee. Thank you.
Mark Mazzetti, 268 DeWitt Road, just down a couple houses down from, I guess, the site there. Just been living there for quite a few years, and just concerns.
We lost you there. We lost your audio. Are you there? Mark Mazzetti?
Oh, hello? Can you hear me?
You're back. Okay. Yeah, sorry. Do you want to start over? Sorry.
Yep, can you still hear me? Hello?
Yes, we can hear you now. Yeah, maybe try to reconnect to the WebEx portal again. If not, you can always use the phone-in option as well. Maybe we should just move on to the next interested party now. We'll come back to him, if that's okay. Next, we have Ryan Hook. Ryan Hook, are you here? Okay, no. We'll move on to the next person, Emily Gabrielle. Okay.
Hi there, I'm here.
Okay, please provide your name and address, and then you can make your presentation to the committee. Thank you.
Very good, thank you. My name is Emily Edwards, and my address is 10 Hewitson Road. So my property would be in behind this proposed development. So what I wanted to add is that we're just a very close-knit community. I've lived in Stoney Creek for 40 years, and many of us have longstanding roots here. It's to the point where this has caused it's caused us a lot of anxiety, and we're very nervous about this build. We've come together as a community several times to discuss this as a team, and I just wanted to bring up some of the major points that we have from this meeting. So first of all, this is out of character for our community. If I live right across the street from another building that was developed just a few years ago that does not suit the quality and not the quality, sorry, but the existing landscape of what we have right now. This house is quite big, and it's caused a lot of overcrowding, a lot of loss of privacy, and these concerns are changing the impact of our value of our homes and the enjoyment of this community. Our neighborhood is made up of entirely single detached houses, and this development doesn't fit the established character, scale, or streetscape. Parking is a major issue for us on this street already, and this development would cause even more problems in that area. The fourplex is going to need at least 8 to 16 vehicles for parking, and unfortunately DeWitt has no on-street parking, and they have bike lanes, so the overflow would come onto my street, which is already quite overcrowded. Just recently I did see a car get hit when somebody was trying to pull out, and about a month ago I saw a little girl almost get hit by a car. My husband had to scream for the car to stop. The traffic is another serious concern because we have 3 other schools that are within the same vicinity of this building. So adding these multi-unit dwellings is just going to increase more vehicle movements in the area that's already used by the children, especially during school hours. The proposed height and size is also going to reduce privacy, going well beyond what should be considered minor. This community is prepared to have single dwelling homes that could be duplex rentals, as this wouldn't interfere with what we already have, the layout of our community. And so approving this variance would set a precedent for more multi-unit infills, which we do not want, and permanent altering of the character of our neighborhood, forcing people to move out of Hamilton. And it's for these reasons that we respectfully ask the committee to deny these variances and keep our community as is. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have Andrew Guy. Are you there? Okay, next we'll move on, then we'll move on, John Fleming. No, and then Carl and Franca Soul. Okay, I don't see, I'll just repeat it again. Was there also Nancy Garamella?
Yeah, yes, that's me.
Okay, yes, please provide your name and address, and then you can make a presentation to the committee.
Okay, my name is Nancy Giramella. I live on 7 DuPont Street, just around the corner, same block of the area. And also just to mention the building that Emily mentioned that went up on Hewitson Street, it's questionable whether it met all the bylaws and whether it should have gone up. So that is questionable. I just wanted to make that a point because a lot of us did not get any notice from public notice of that structure going up. I am here to speak in strong opposition of the 2 severances being proposed on 282 DeWitt Road. I want to clearly, I strongly support gentle, well-planned intensification, but what is being proposed here is over-intensification. An undersized lot, it conflicts with the urban Hamilton office plan and infill guidelines and low-density residential design guidelines, all of which are intended to protect the neighborhoods like ours. I submitted the appeal. You will see that I have all the details referencing some of the bylaws and policies. It's a written notice. You'll see all more in detail of what I'm going to just kind of summarize here. But the conflict of those units going up, it doesn't respect the existing physical character, doesn't maintain the neighborhood, and just the structure itself is sensitive to context. 2 fourplexes on 2 small severed lots simply do not meet these expectations. The street is primarily single detached home. Introducing 8 units in 2 bulky buildings does not fit the established pattern, massing or streetscape. Secondly, the zoning and built form concerns. The proposed fails to meet existing zoning of R1 low density residential, creates 2 undersized lots, introduces building type not found anywhere else in the street or within the neighborhood, and fails to provide adequate setbacks, buffering, and separation distances. This is an option of what the infill guidelines. This is the opposite of what infill guidelines and low density residential design guidelines call for. The massing, the height, and reducing side yards would lead directly to overlooking, shadowing, and loss of privacy for adjacent properties. Neighborhood impacts, traffic as mentioned before, potentially up to 16 vehicles if you have 2 per person, which is an average for most families. The increase to the street traffic, the speed bumps were recently introduced on DeWitt Road because of the traffic and safety of our 2 schools that are right on DeWitt Road, which is, if we have those units go up, there will be that much more traffic, and also the parking issue, which there is no parking because of the bike lanes, so that would not allow for that. And then also on the submission, I just reviewed it that we got it yesterday. The applicant is proposing only 8 spots for parking, and again, 4 parkings for each property. That's 1 per unit, with the potential, which most units have more than 1 car. Not to mention family and friends that come and visit. The infrastructure, the water and waste storm water collection systems were designed for low density use in this area. The proposal pushes these systems to beyond the intended capacity. And then the privacy and characterization that was mentioned earlier, the size and height of overlook neighborhood yards, resulting in changing the streetscape would permanently alter the character and statehood of this neighborhood. Also to mention the garbage, there was no mention in the application about the garbage. For something like that, would they be having garbage bins? And if so, how will the trucks go back and forth, go in and out to try to remove that? It's such a small property to have something like that, so that was not addressed. Fourthly, the precedent settings. Many of the people in this neighborhood have been born and raised here. If a development of this scale is approved on a small severed lot, it sets precedent. It opens up the doors for similar multi-purpose proposed nearby properties. The cumulative impact would reshape the entire neighborhood, traffic, parking, servicing, character of the neighborhood, and likelihood of forcing people out of their homes. Also, I want to mention at this point that on the application, the applicant failed to answer the questions on page 6 of the minor variance, sections 8 and 9. That's concerning because if they do have any interest in the abiding lands, this could potentially mean that they would put up fourplexes on there. I don't know because they did not answer that on page 6 of the minor variance application. It also fails the 4 tests of a minor variances, does not maintain the intent of the official plan, does not maintain the intent of the zoning bylaw. It's not desirable for the appropriate development of land, and the variances are not minor variance in any sense, either numerically or impact. For all these fail, because all 4 tests fail, these variants must be reviewed. Again, water drainage bylaw, it doesn't meet that. There was no indication of runoff or anything like that. And then and then in closing, as the committee can see, there have been several written appeals submitted. I respectfully request that the committee deny applications A25161 and B25054. That said, I'm not opposed to reasonable context-sensitive growth. Suitable alternatives could include a single home similar to the new builds on DeWitt Road, 268 and 274 DeWitt Road. Those would be acceptable. Our modest density that maintains appropriate setbacks, privacy, and character that meets the bylaws that have been put in place by the city to protect our neighborhoods. This would allow for intensification without destabilizing the neighborhood. Thank you for your time, and I ask to be notified of all future reports and decisions on file. Thank you.
Thank you. We actually have another person, John Fleming. I mentioned him earlier. He's actually connected by phone, so I think we're going to unmute him now. And yeah, please provide your name and address, and then you can make your presentation to the committee. Thank you.
Hi, thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hello?
Yes, we can hear you.
Hi, thank you very much. Yep, great. Thank you very much, Justin. I appreciate it. Thank you for allowing me to speak. I want to start off by saying that approving this proposal would be fundamentally changing the character of the neighborhood and not for the better. The request to sever the lot and build 2 4-unit dwellings at 282 DeWitt Road introduces a building that formally is completely incompatible with the surrounding single-family homes. We must remain stable, compatible, and respectful of existing character within our neighborhood. Specifically for one of the main points that I had was the height and excessive it creates shadowing, privacy loss, and streetscape imbalance. Also, beyond, our community is united in this opposition, which I was very proud of, how quickly we came together and how united we were with this. Residents have raised serious concerns about traffic, parking overflow, and overall quality of life. Approving this request would disregard the collective voice of those who live here. And for those reasons, I urge the board to deny the policy severance of the fourplex. In conclusion, thank you very much. And our goal is to preserve the integrity of our community. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. What was your address again?
3 Hewitson.
Sorry, 3 Hewitson?
Hewitson Road.
3 Hewitson. Okay, thank you. Let me just try to go back to Mark Mazzetti. Are you there?
Yep, I'm here.
Hi, did you want to, okay, we're just going to come back to you now.
Wanted to speak.
Yeah.
Am I good to go?
Go ahead.
Okay, yeah, so 268 DeWitt, Mark Mazzetti. Yeah, I mean, everyone else has already mentioned all the, very valid points against, approving this thing, right? The traffic density, the parking, the infrastructure strain, the neighborhood characteristics and livability. It's pretty obvious that this build, doesn't fit, the characteristics of the community. Doesn't take a rocket scientist. Looking at, talking with Jeff Beatty, our counselor, he had a meeting with us the other day, and he's on the building committee, and we were picking his brain on the merits of this application, and he sits on the building committee, and looking at all the looking at the actual application, he says, yeah, no, it doesn't fit the characteristics of the community, and he was a little irked, as well as we as well. That this wasn't brought to city planning, and it's just a little unscrupulous that it was brought to the Committee of Adjustments, where they're bypassing city council, city planning, where stuff like this is kind of supposed to go, and they're trying to shoehorn this in and kind of get this done and bypass city council and city planning, where these kind of things are taken into account. Looking at the application, as Nancy mentioned, they failed to provide a lot of documentation, right? They put it in once, retracted it, put it in again, wasting a lot of people's time and energy, and looking into it. I had to ask to be notified. Like, I'm very close to this property, and I wasn't notified. I was told by a neighbor that this was going on, and then I had to contact the Committee of Adjustments to be identified as a person of interest, because otherwise, there was going to be no notification sent to me, and it's like 2 doors down, right? And I wouldn't have heard of this if it wasn't for the community members that are proud of our neighborhood. We're all kind of connected over this, as the previous gentleman said, you know what I mean? Like, we value our community and the people that live in it. And it's very glaringly obvious that this development does not fit the community. And, it just doesn't seem like a logical, thing to put forth, to even put to the Committee of Adjustments. But, here we are. And as you guys can see, we're all kind of here, very opposed to this situation, and hoping that you guys make the right decision. You've heard a lot of people, come forth and speak. There's quite a few people that are, nervous about speaking. They don't like speaking in front of others, but there's quite a few people that are, logged in here and paying attention, and I'm getting text messages right now. How is the meeting going? Has it happened yet? Is there a decision? Because there are quite a few concerned citizens, that are, looking to hear what the outcome of this is. And a lot of people are very, very nervous because, we don't feel good about this type of development, coming into our community. So you guys have heard everything we've had to say. I'm not sure if there's other people willing to speak, but the last gentleman kind of, summed it up. You've heard our opposition for it. We hope you guys make, the right decision and not approving this adjustments. So thank you for your time. I appreciate it. And we'll be listening in. Thank you.
Okay, through the chair, I just want to go back and see if these other people are here or not. Andrew Guy or Andrew Gee. And
coming into our community. So you guys have heard everything we've had to say.
No,
Andrew
sorry.
Andrew
No,
Gee,
I'm asking.
Trouble.
Sorry, Mr. Mazzetti. Sorry, there's some other interested parties on the list. I just want to see if they're here.
Okay.
Okay.
It was just Andrew Gee just
unless you had anything else to add.
Yep, I'm good. Thank you.
Okay,
Sorry.
thank you. Yeah, so again, I believe it was, I think Emily Gabriel, you spoke, Nancy Gramella spoke. Yeah, so Andrew Gee, are you there? Okay, I don't believe he's here. Okay, I just want to, just through the chair, I want to thank all the residents for speaking. I had spoken to one resident. The staff are here. Please contact us. Our contact information is on the notice. It's on the website. Please contact us prior to the hearing, and we're happy to answer any questions about the Committee of Adjustment and how we function. I just want to let you know, the Committee of Adjustment is made up of citizen members. It's not made up of councillors. All right, so the councilors are not directly involved with any committee of adjustment decision. Of course, you can go speak to your councilor if you want to about this, but they do not make decisions on these applications. In terms of your councilor making that comment, because I did speak to someone from the councilor's office about this is improper, it should not be coming to committee of adjustment. Consent and minor variance applications, when they're submitted, they come to the committee of adjustment. I believe what the councilor is referring to is there's a planning review committee as well. That committee handles separate applications, such as a rezoning application or a plan of subdivision. This owner has chosen to file consent and minor variance application. If an application, we receive it, it is deemed complete, we must accept the application, and then within a certain time frame, usually let's say around 30 days, we must schedule it to a committee hearing. And prior to that, there is a public notification procedure that we undergo, which includes we send a notice by mail, we post a sign on the property, we post information on the website, we also post in the local newspaper, and we're posting in social media. Our notification procedures currently exceed what the Planning Act requires. That's the planning legislation. That's the legislation that governs planning. It is not perfect, but we do try our best in terms of notifying people. In terms of anyone, if you want to get notified on any future updates on these applications, you have to let us know. That's just to clarify that. The other thing is any previous application, any kind of notification issues with that, it's a separate issue. We're only here to assess the application before us. And again, for your reference, these committee of adjustment applications are not precedent setting. Each of them is assessed individually and on a case-by-case basis. Okay, thank you. I'll return it to the chair.
Okay, there's no more public, is the agent available?
Oh, yes, I apologize. Yes, is the applicant or agent here? And sorry, was there any other members of the public who wish to speak? Okay, seeing none, I'll ask the applicant or agent. Please step forward. Please provide your name and address, and you can make your presentation to the committee. Thank you.
Good afternoon, committee. Shikhar Kapoor from SCAP Architects. Office is at 3756 Althorpe Circle in Mississauga, representing the owner at 282 Dewitt Street. I've read through the comments from staff. We worked with them rigorously for 2 months, and we appreciate the approval or recommendation for approval from all the departments. But with that being said, I did personally read every single email that was made public from the neighbors 2 days ago, and I do have a presentation just to maybe show them what we're presenting and how we are meeting the bylaws, just to maybe get through and see if it touches a nerve that might ease them into thinking what we're proposing. So if we can bring that up, that would be great.
Yeah, just give me a moment.
I will be very mindful of time, so I'm going to have a stopwatch here for myself. So I'll try not to go over the 5 minutes allocated.
Well, and again, the only variance that is in front of us here today is just the lot width.
Yes, sir.
And so,
I still wanted to, I wasn't going to have a presentation. I still went ahead and prepared it just because I wanted to share this with the neighbors. This is the opportunity. So just bear with me. Some of the things might not be as pertinent to the lot width.
and I know, if I was a neighbor, I would be upset that there's fourplexes going in beside me, but the zoning allows that for this area, so that's kind of out of our hands because it's allowed for this area.
Absolutely, but I'm going to try to make them feel a little bit more at ease with what we're proposing, because we feel like it's much better than what's allowed as of right. So yeah, if you could just bear with me for 5 minutes, and I'll try my best. Thanks. We can just stop to the next slide. Oh, too far. Oh, right there. All right. Thank you. So the application in front of us is to sever a plot of land into two. In order to sever, we require a minor variance to reduce the lot's width by 1.18 meters. So the required lot width in the zone is 12 meters. After severance, we'd be left with 10.82 meters, and that's the only variance we're requesting. That's less than 10% of variance being requested. We're not requesting any other variance. We're intending on meeting all the other bylaw requirements within the proposal. Next slide, please. As you can see, we're proposing a fourplex on each of the severed lot. with the required parking in the back and plenty of setbacks to keep the buildings away from the adjacent properties. Setbacks actually more than the required and more than what's seen along Dewitt Road on the existing houses. I also want to highlight that fourplexes are legally allowed as of right in the zone and not something we're requesting a variance or a zoning bylaw amendment for. Can we go to the next slide? I did want to quickly touch on what fourplexes really look like. I asked my wife this question, and her response was something we see on the top left. That's what typically fourplexes have looked like. But instead, what we are proposing is what's on the right side. This fourplex does not look any different than a single-family home on Dewitt Street. It's guided by the infill design guidelines of Hamilton. I'll go to the next slide. I also quickly wanted to mention that our proposal is embedded in the guiding principles of the growth plan for the greater Golden Horseshoe. Some of the principles are optimizing the use of existing urban land, supporting a range and mix of housing options, and prioritizing intensification of brownfield. We do feel like our project achieves these goals by developing the existing brownfield site we're talking about and using the existing infrastructure. The next few slides actually talk about how our proposals within the frameworks of the Urban Hamilton Plan and how it meets the four minor variances, the four tests of minor variances. But since staff has covered this in a lot of detail in this report and they agree that we meet those, I'm going to skip through all those slides and go straight to addressing some of the public concerns. So Justin, if we can just skip through the next couple, keep going, and we'll start right there. Yeah, okay. So I understand residents have concerns, and so let's talk about them directly. First and foremost, one of the things I read in the emails that were made public was this is out of character, and that Dewitt Street is all single-family homes. You are right. The neighborhood is single-family in character, and that matters. I totally understand that. However, what's also real is that urban neighborhoods evolve, and our official plan expects them to evolve, but what it's done is it's put these guidelines in place to control that evolution so that the character can be fitted within those neighborhoods. And that's why this project has 2.7 meter side yard setbacks, more than the minimum required, and more than the spacing between some of the existing homes. That's why the parking is in the back, not in the front street facing. And that's why the height is also capped at only 10 meters, whereas allowed is 10.5 meters. We're not even going to what's allowed. We're keeping it even below that, just to keep the build form more in line with the characteristics along Dewitt Road. Next slide. The second thing you heard and I read a lot was that parking will overflow onto our streets. You're absolutely right, parking pressure is real. And that's why we've put all the 4 spaces, which is 8 spaces between the 2 lots, on the backside. This prevents overflow, doesn't really cause it. And also, if you think about it, these are gonna be smaller 1-bedroom, 2-bedroom units. People who are more likely to use public transit, people whose kids will be going to the schools that were mentioned that are down the road. As of right, we could build a behemoth 4-plex there that would be 4 bedrooms each. And those are the families that would need the 2 cars, 3 cars that I think the neighbors were having issues with, not the one we're proposing. Also, on that topic, we are giving up 3 meters along Dewitt Road back to the city right of way for additional widening of the road and to support city efforts for that cause as well. Next slide, please. Third, can the old infrastructure handle this? This also came up a lot in the emails I was reading. We understand the concern, very legitimate. That's why we worked with the city departments, engineering departments, to make sure the systems are adequate. But also staff has a condition in place where they require a full consent agreement on grading and drainage. This is going to get detailed review and super scrutinized by the city engineers before any permit for the development goes into place. We accept the condition and we wholeheartedly welcome it. That is a no-brainer. We would have to comply with all those and make sure that there's adequate infrastructure for these units to go up. Lastly, the fourth one, I think Mr. Secretary already touched on this, but the comment was this sets precedent for more infill on every street. I can tell you that that is not the case. Each application needs to be evaluated on its own merit against the 4 tests. This application meets them, the next one might not. So this is not going to be a precedent. There's been other severances along Dewitt Road that we have not brought up in our application or in our discussion because we don't work, the committee doesn't work through precedents. It works through individual applications. And the next slide, please, and that's going to be my last one. And slightly lower. I think it's the next one. Yeah, right there. Thank you. So I think this slide speaks volumes. So what you see on the very top is what is allowed as of right. So the owner can go build that without having to come through the committee, go straight get a permit. Much higher, much denser, more building footprint. What you see at the bottom is what we're proposing, a design that's kind of built into and built with the infill design guidelines. Personally and honestly, if I was the neighbor, I would prefer the lower design versus the top one going right beside me. The allowed area coverage is 490 square meters. Our buildings are only covering 319 square meters of that site. The allowed height is 10.5 meters. We're only going up 10 meters. We're not even going to the allowed height. So we've actually taken a lot of this into account to make sure that, you know, that fabric does not change. We don't want it to change. We want to keep it the same. We want to bring the densification that Hamilton needs, but we're going to do it in the right way, and that's what we've tried to do. That would be my last slide. I really hope that puts the neighbors a little bit at ease. I'll give the floor back to the committee. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I will be happy to answer any questions or concerns that come up.
Okay.
Excuse me, excuse me, I don't know if you can hear me, but I finally figured out how to get on. Am I able to
Sorry, who's speaking?
It's Frank Sewell.
Oh, it's Frank. Oh, I was trying to connect. Okay, did you want to speak on the application?
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah,
yeah,
I
this is
do.
actually one of the interested parties for 282 DeWitt Road. Okay, if you want, why don't you provide your name and address, and then you can speak.
Okay. My name is Frank Sewell. I live at 15 Hewitton. We're directly related or within the 60-meter radius of the property. I don't think I'm gonna rehash everything that's already been said, but hopefully as the decision makers, you hear how this affects us. I can appreciate the architect or the planner who's doing or saying whatever he's saying to get this through, and I can appreciate that's his job. But I have a little bit of concern with him suggesting that it fits in. No, it does not fit in. I raised my children here. I've been here for 40 years. I was here since DuPont was, and when we bought, the road was opened up. So no, it does not fit. I can give you some personal examples of why this is not a good idea. A neighbor down the street, when the monster home, because those are what it's called, unfortunately, it is a monster home that was built on Hewitton Road. We still don't know how it got built. The neighbor beside that home grew up there as a young boy. He was there until his parents were no longer there. He was a grown man. And when that property went up, he had to move because the mere sunlight that he deserved and had the right to was gone. His house turned into a shadow. He suffered mental health concerns and moved. So to take this as that this is not an issue, it's a huge issue. Our parking here, what this young man, this architect said, you can't help us with our parking issue. You are just adding to our parking issue. We are looking at any way possible to help fix this. And you're not going to be helping it by putting 4 spots there. That doesn't help the problem. There's no one that's going to tell me that this is a build that is going to fit in with my street that I've lived here for 40 years. And with all due respect to everyone that is on the committee, while you may say this isn't precedent setting, without giving you clear personal names but there are people on my street that are approached probably on a monthly basis, door knocks by people hunting these properties down. The more you allow for structures to be built like this, is more knocks on those doors. I don't understand how you say it's not precedent setting, but this young man has done whatever he needed to do to fit into the bylaws, which personally I don't even know why we're allowing for in a general way all over Hamilton, because Hewitton Road and the lots on DeWitt are not typical. They're 70 by 170. They're not lots that you would find typically in Hamilton. And that's exactly what happened in Ancaster, and Ancaster fought it, and they were able to stop these types of developments that were uncharacteristic of the landscape. So there's nothing this man can say to me or any of my neighbors that have done what we feel helpless, but we've grouped together, we share concerns of safety, we share concerns of how our hamlet in our terms will change because people are looking to put these structures on. No one will deny this application if they decided to put in 2 single-family homes. There's no one I know that I've spoken to that would have any objection to that. But to start building multi-family homes, and with all due respect as well, I work for a profession where we look for subsidized housing and give more people opportunity for affordable housing. Not once did I hear this would be affordable housing. So unfortunately, there's nothing anybody could say to me or my neighbors that would allow us to be content with what he's proposing. I'm asking that you deny this and consider the landscape and the neighbors, most of us of which that have lived here for in excess of 40 years.
If I could interject, I'm not sure if you had heard the comments from any of the other neighbors.
I did hear them all.
Okay, a lot of the comments are all the same or repetitious, and I was just, we appreciate your comments, and it's just reviewing original comments that were brought forth, and we are running a bit short of time today, and I don't want to cut you short, but it is a repetitious of the comments that we've already heard.
Well, I understand that, but I think if you hear how we are personally affected by things like this, I think we've already gotten one of a longtime resident out of his home. So I think that was not said. It will happen.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry, could I get your address again?
Yeah, it's 15 Hewitton.
Sorry, 15?
Hewitton.
15 Hewitton, thanks. Okay, let me just check again. Andrew Gee, are you there? Okay, was there any other members of the public who were wanted to speak? Okay, thank you. I'll just bring it back to the committee then.
Okay. You're done with your presentation? Okay, go to the committee. Any questions on this application? As I said before, the fourplex is allowed in this area for this zoning. Whether we agree or disagree, that's not in front of us. What's in front of us is just the one minor variance on the frontage or the size of the 2 lots.
I'm going to make a motion for both of them, I guess, the consent and the minor variance, that we approve them with the conditions that are there.
Okay, moved by Donna. Is there a seconder? Nick, all in favor? Opposed? Seeing none, motion carried, application approved.
Thank you. Thank you, committee.
Next we have a minor variance application, A25224-231 Highway 8, Stony Creek. Agent is Metropolitan Consulting Incorporated, P. DiUlio, and the owner is RNA Wells. Is there any members of the public who wish to speak on this application? Okay, seeing none, I'll ask the applicant or agent, please step forward. Please provide your name and address, and then you can make your presentation. Thanks.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. My name is Peter DiUlio. I'm a registered professional planner with Metropolitan Consulting, Inc., 2255 Barton Street East, Unit 3B, Hamilton. I will let my client speak first, and then I'll get to the report.
Hello, I'm Rob Wells, 231 Highway 8.
Can you just move over a little
Sorry.
closer? Yep, thanks.
So 3 years ago, due to health issues, I had to close my business, and we're in the process of trying to sell it, our property. We've had 3 sales. 2 have been refused through the city because of usage, 1 because of financing. My real estate agent has informed me that we've had 5 people inquire regarding medical use, but had not put in a sale because it was not zoned that way. We feel that if we get our medical zoning, we'll have more than that, people that would be interested. I bought the property in 1994. I've been there for 30-odd years. And before that, it was a cake shop that was there when I went to high school. So there's a long history of this property having a commercial use. The first time that we had an offer, it was refused because the city did not recognize that I was a business there. And I had to pay to convince the city that I had been running my business there since 1994. And the second one also refused for usage, and then the third one because of financing. So I'm here asking that the property would be allowed to be used for medical, and we feel that by doing that, we will have a better chance of selling it. Thank you for your time.
Don't know if any committee members had questions for my client, but in terms of, obviously, we're not in support of the staff recommendation. Similar to an application I was here before you on Upper James about 2 months ago. In that case, it was a straightforward residential use, and we were adding the medical clinic use. In this situation, I looked at the city's zoning map, and at some time in 1976 with the former city of Stony Creek, there was a committee of adjustment application. Whether it was for the commercial use that was first established on this property, I do not know. I could not find any information on it. But as my client said, there was a bake shop, and at one time apparently there was a hair salon or barber shop here as well. This is a secondary corridor. It's not a primary corridor like Upper James, but it is a secondary corridor. It's Highway 8. There's existing access and parking at the front, providing direct access to Arterial Road, which staff has acknowledged. And right next door to the east is a residential building. But then two properties to the east is a lawyer's office. Across the street and to the west a bit at the corner of Corman and 8, there's a hair salon there. If you go further east along both sides of Highway 8, you've got a gas bar, you've got a motel, car wash, and then you've got the Bankers Corners. You've got TD Bank, you've got Tandia, and you've got Scotiabank, and then eventually you have the church and school. So Highway 8 is a major is an arterial, and it can accommodate lots of traffic, and I feel it's appropriate use to, whether we're doing the 45-2, changing illegal non-conforming use to a medical clinic, or adding the use, I think it's appropriate in this situation.
So I guess the hangup is the fact that it's zoned commercial and that the city doesn't recognize medical clinic as a commercial use.
It's not zoned commercial, it's zoned residential R1 in the new City of Hamilton zoning bylaw, which is another thing is, it's funny that that whole stretch on the north side of Highway 8 was R6 in the former Stony Creek bylaw, and only this east side of Warwick was put into the new bylaw. And I just found it odd that they didn't include this or keep it in the R6 zone. From my assumption is that in 1976, when there was a committee of adjustment in the former city of Stony Creek, that variance was approved for a use. I have no proof of that, but there was a committee of adjustment back 50 years ago in 1976 for some type of variance for, like I said, I'm assuming a use. I could be wrong, but the building, this commercial component, there is still a residence which fronts directly onto Warwick, which is 8 Warwick, but the commercial use addition was attached and there is entry between the two. And so we're just wishing to continue a commercial use in that component. And I feel that, in my opinion, that a medical clinic is an appropriate use for that site, even though staff is saying that it's not similar or is not as compatible because of the residential uses surrounding it.
So what you're saying is that it's legal non-conforming, site-specific for just a photography shop? Is that?
When we had it verified through the zoning people, they said photography, personal, like a retail, things like that.
Okay. So
that's the letter I got from the city.
Okay, so retail as in like a convenience store or
Yes.
something like that?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Okay, thanks.
Any other questions? I see Tim's on the screen. Are you there for this application?
Yes, I'm here, and if there are any questions of committee, I'm available, but I have no further comments to add than what's been submitted.
Okay. Robert?
Okay, I think at this time, personally, I'm looking at this, it's been an ongoing Photoshop for 30 years.
Yes.
So it's been a commercial property technically, maybe not legally, but technically. And I think at this point I'd be making a motion to allow the variance to go through to keep it commercial for a medical application. To approve the variance as requested.
So would it be, I mean, we could ask the question, is medical use considered under commercial use?
Well,
like I mean, we can okay it.
Maybe I shouldn't have put it that way. I just basically come back to the variances for a medical clinic shall be permitted instead of the requirement that a medical clinic is not permitted. Well, I want like to make the motion and to allow a medical clinic.
Okay. Seconded by Mal. All in favor? Opposed? Seeing none? Motion carried. Application approved.
Thank you, committee.
Thank you for your time.
Okay. Okay, next, we have a minor variance application A25227, 27 Silver Lake Circle, Stony Creek. Applicant D. Witten, owner is M. Boucher and P. Boucher. Are there any members of the public who wish to speak on this application? Okay, seeing none, I'll ask the applicant or agent to please step forward. Please provide your name and address, and then if you want, you can make a presentation to the committee.
Dan Witten from Niagara Sun and Shade. Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and committee members. 1044 Bird Road, Dunnville. I've reviewed the staff's comments and their recommendations, and I would agree with what staff is recommending at this time.
Okay. Does the committee have any questions on this application? If not, is there a motion?
Make a motion to approve the application with the notes.
Okay, seconder, Nick, all in favor? Opposed? Seeing done, motion carried, application approved.
Thank you very much.
Okay, next we have a minor variance application, A25217, 19 Talbot Lane, Glanbrook. Agent is Land Pro Planning Solutions. Applicant is Frontier Building Group M. Apologize if I mispronounced your name, M. Shelbus. And the owner is V. Coronios. Is there any members of the public who wish to speak on this application? Seeing none, I'll ask the applicant or agent to please step forward. Please provide your name and address, and you can make a presentation to the committee.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and members of committee. My name is Michael Black. I'm an assistant planner with Land Pro Planning Solutions. I have my colleague Mike Sullivan here to support as well. I did submit a presentation yesterday morning. If you could bring that up, please.
Sure, give me a moment.
You had a chance to read the comments that were posted?
We did, yes.
Yeah. They're recommending tabling, but you want to try and prove to us that we should?
We're going to try, yeah.
Okay.
So we're the agent acting on behalf of the applicant, Michael Shellis of Frontier Building Group, for a minor variance at 19 Talbot Lane. Next slide, please. The property currently has an existing single detached dwelling and a shed and is zoned airport prestige business with holding provision number 37. We're proposing to expand the gross floor area at the back of the house by approximately 9.6 square meters. Since the addition is roughly 6% over the permitted maximum, we're seeking relief. Next slide, please. And holding number 37 applies to lands within the airport prestige business zone where new residential uses are not permitted. However, any dwellings that existed prior to the passing of the bylaw are recognized as legal non-conforming under the Planning Act. These homes can continue to be used as residences but aren't subject to current zoning standards. Accordingly, Section 9.11.4 allows for site alteration or enlargements up to 10% of the existing GFA. We're proposing an increase of roughly 16%, hence the reason for this minor variance. Next slide, please. City staff have determined our application meets the 4 tests of a minor variance in that it's minor in nature, desirable for the property, and meets the general intent and purpose of the official plan and zoning bylaw. But they've recommended the application be tabled in order to complete an EIS, a tree protection plan, and a landscape plan. And while we as planners do support environmental protection goals, we believe it's unnecessary in this case for the following reasons. Next slide, please. So firstly, no trees are being removed. The photo in the top left shows enough open space in the backyard to accommodate the proposed addition. And instead of a traditional concrete foundation, it will be constructed above grade and anchored with helical piles, which are screwed directly into the ground and eliminate the need for excavation works. This minimizes disturbance to soil and tree root systems. And secondly, in the report, city staff noted the area's potential for cultural heritage preservation and referenced 24 Talbot Lane specifically, which is the house shown here. It's directly across from the subject property. Talbot Lane is currently a mixture of neglected properties and outdoor storage, and we personally don't see the value in preserving the heritage of an area that, according to the Hamilton official plan, should cease to exist over time. Furthermore, staff agree that our proposal is small in scale and will not result in adverse impacts to neighboring properties. And finally, our site plan has already been stamped by the NPCA, which regulates the water course at the back of the property, indicating no objection to the proposed addition. We're asking committee to approve the application without conditions. We thank city staff and committee members for reviewing our proposal, and we're here for any questions. Thank you.
Sorry, what was your name again?
Michael Black.
Michael Black. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Committee, any questions or concerns with this application?
The staff, if they're tabling, can we hear from them?
Through the chair to the committee member, I don't think there is any natural heritage staff online right now to speak to it, but they were the ones who requested for it to be tabled so that environmental impact study could be done.
Okay, thank you.
Robert? You're not sure whether
I'm not
environmental
sure,
inspect?
I'm not sure where to go with this. I was there, and the one picture that the agent showed of the one house across the street kind of brought it to everybody's attention that it's questionable heritage area. We're talking about a small porch here on the back of an existing building. So I'm really struggling with this one. The fact that it just doesn't make a lot of sense. I know there's the rules and bylaws. And if we did pass it, we'd have 3 proposed conditions, which again comes back to what I'm saying. It just doesn't make any proper sense. So I would, at this point, I would make a motion to approve the variance for the addition on the back of a porch, but eliminate the conditions 1, 2, and 3.
Okay.
Exclude them.
Okay, is there a seconder? Nick, all in favor? Opposed? Seeing none? Motion carried, application approved.
Thank you.
So through the chair, that was to approve the application, removing the proposed conditions 1 to 3. Okay, but there still is the notes there. Okay. All right. Next, we have a minor variance application, 825-219-2287 Guyot Road, Glanbrook. Agent is N. Holanda. Agent is P. Sarah and N. Holanda. And owners are P. Sarah and A. Sarah. Are there any members of the public who wish to speak on this application? Seeing none, I'll ask the applicant or agent, please step forward. Please provide your name and address, and then you can, if you want, you can make a presentation to the committee.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Thanks for being so patient with us.
It seems like we might be the last ones here. My name is Nicole Hollanda. My address is 11 Garfield Avenue North. I'm here with Peter Serra, who is the homeowner at 2287 Guyot Road. We are looking to apply for a variance to the zoning bylaw for the agricultural zone for accessory buildings, which is, which states that the building shall not exceed 200 square meters or 5%, whichever is lesser, from section 4.812 of bylaw 05200. We're requesting the change to allow accessory builds up to 250 square meters in lieu of the 200. The property is a rural residential property with a single family home. It has on the property already a Quonset hut style garage, a small movable shed, and there is also a gatehouse at the front of the property. We're looking to have an addition of a full-size detached garage or hobby shop on the property to allow the homeowner the space required for equipment and storage and the height needed for his vehicle lifts and taller recreational vehicles, like his boat and trailer. The existing garage, although it's useful to park his standard size vehicle, his standard size seasonal vehicles, and like his snowplow, ride-on mowers, and quad vehicles, it lacks the height and the flat walls needed for his vehicle maintenance, equipment, and storage. After many years after taking ownership of the property and trying to make the existing Quonset hut garage work for all of his needs, the homeowner has decided that the building of the garage and shop is the best way to meet his needs. The size was determined based on the equipment and vehicles the shop would need to house. I don't think we put the slideshow up, but if we went to the slideshow on the third slide.
Okay, just give me a moment.
Yeah. We go to the third slide. One more. There it is. So this is what the Quonset hut style garage looks like, just in case anybody wasn't aware. So the Quonset hut is like a metal dome at the back of the garage. It does have a front face that looks like a regular garage, but as you can see with the Quonset hut, there's a significant height issue with the homeowner's car lifts. He can't fully extend his lift up, especially with his pickup truck on it. Which makes it difficult for him to actually utilize the space for what he needs. Also, with the shelving, because he can't have full-size shelving for all of his equipment because it pushes the shelves out into the walkway space, and there's no way to attach anything to the walls, obviously. It's a metal shell. The next slide shows what he proposes space-wise. The homeowner actually has two lifts. Right now, he's only able to utilize the one lift. And so by building this garage, he will be able to use both of his lifts, plus have the shelving needed along the side walls of the garage for all the equipment that he needs. So I did put some benefits to the community on it. I know it's a rural property and it's not really affecting too many people, but there is some homeowners around and they're not here to obviously complain, so I know that's not an issue for them. But the proposed garage is aesthetically enhancing the property by decluttering the number of vehicles parked outside while they're not in use. So our homeowner here has a lot of vehicles. By keeping both garages, he's able to store the vehicles and have a shop at the same time. keeping the view of all the additional vehicles out of sight of the neighboring properties. With the design of the garage, we kept the design symmetrical to the existing garage, just mirrored, so it's aesthetically kind of flows together. The height difference is minor between the two garages, and we're under the zoning requirement for the height of the garage.
If you go to the next slide, it'll actually show an image of it beside.
So it's a visual rendering of what the garage
It's not the
would be.
right color. It's going to be the same siding, everything.
Yeah, can't color match the siding perfectly on the program.
Is it the Quonset garage staying?
The Quonset garage is proposed to stay, yeah.
That's the reason for, like, if I didn't have that, I wouldn't need any variance, right?
So it also, by having the extra garage to store those extra vehicles, it also takes away from the issue of the vehicle thefts in the rural areas as well. By having his vehicles parked outside, it's attracting a lot of attention for vehicle thefts, and the homeowner here has experienced this in the past with vehicles being taken. So having the security of the garage also benefits him and his neighbors by not becoming a target. So in addition, having the hobby shop on the property can also increase the property value for the area as well. A lot of people when purchasing, especially in the rural areas, are looking for spaces that have multi-functions for hobbies and for special interests that they have on their properties. It also opens up the potential for them to have ADUs on their property. With the structure already built, it'd be an easy conversion for a new homeowner to turn that into an ADU and have extra housing if needed, and an extra source of income. Lastly, the variance is minor in nature and doesn't really have an impact on the neighboring properties in the sense that visually, to the east, the property owners can't see into this part of the backyard, but it also blocks the the northeast view of the Quonset hut in the backyard. So by putting this garage in, it blocks the ugly dome in the back from visual view of the street, making it a much nicer, aesthetically, much nicer. To the west side of the property, the homeowner there is the most impacted by the garage, but with the Quonset hut garage already on that side, it's already blocking the view of the new garage. So it's not getting any closer to the neighboring property, to this most impacted side. On the north and south side is both farm fields, so there's no impact to.
Yep, and I mean, it's all favorable comments from each department, so I don't, I'm going to ask if there's a motion or whatever, because I don't see a problem with this.
Okay. Yeah.
Is there a motion for this?
Yeah, I'll make a motion. I've seen the property. There's lots of room to put this building in there. I'll make a motion to approve it and also to take out the archaeological potential as if required.
Through the chair, I believe that's a note, though. That's not a.
Yeah, well, the note's there.
Yeah, it's not a condition. Okay. All right. Yeah.
Seconded by Robert. All in favor? Opposed, if any? No.
What does that mean? Like, I'm missing, I know it's in my face, I just don't understand what.
If you happen to find something, then that's when you got to do something. with it.
Okay, so while you're
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
doing
If you
the
find an
slab,
arrowhead,
then we have to stop and do
Okay.
research.
Okay.
Thank you.
Motion carried, application approved.
Great,
thank
thank you so much.
Okay. Next.
See you guys later.
And next we had, there was the consent application, B25078, 8250 English Church Road East, Glanbrook. The agent was IDM 2005 Consultants Incorporated, P. Dewari. Owner is Jay Kosak. We did have an interested party, Sonia Pronik. I did call her during the break, but if there was anyone here, do note this application was tabled or it was deferred at the beginning of the hearing. And the applicant and any interested parties, you will be notified of any updates to this application. If anyone was here at the hearing, you did not speak to us previously, do get in touch with us at cofa@hamilton.ca and we can add you to the interested party list. Okay? All right. Next, we have it's a consent and a related minor variance application, B25010 and A25023. Of course, typically our practice is to hear these related applications together. It is 20 Saverin Road, Glanbrook. Agent is Biofuels Incorporated, D. Folletta. Owner is B. Potello and L. Potello. Is there any members of the public who wish to speak on this application? Okay, seeing none, I'll ask the applicant or agent, please step forward. Please provide your name and address, and then if you want, you can make a presentation to the committee. Thank you.
Sorry to keep you waiting.
Oh, that's okay. Thank you, Chair, members of the committee. My name is David Folletta, and I'm a registered professional planner with Bellsfields. We're supportive of this staff recommendation. I do have a couple of comments as it relates to two conditions. So if we could pull up the presentation. You will recall we were before you with this application a few months ago. Staff had asked us to file an official plan amendment related to the noise policies in the Urban Hamilton official plan. That was ultimately approved by council, and now staff is supportive of it. There are two conditions. If we can go to the next slide. Again, I just want to focus on the two conditions that we're worried about. So you can keep going, Mr. Leung. Keep going. It'll be the last couple of slides. Driveway. So there are two conditions in your package. The first condition is related to a driveway location. And specifically, it requests that any driveway for the proposed corner lot be pushed to 15 meters away from that intersection. There's a bit of ambiguity in that condition. We're a bit worried about it. Once we found out about it, I reached out to the transportation staff through your planning department or through the city's planning department. Unfortunately, they weren't available to meet. They did confirm that they're supportive of the severance application, that they're just looking to ensure that the driveway is positioned at an appropriate and safe location for the proposed corner lot. Proposed corner lot is 13.6 meters wide. So if we make the condition as it stands today, it would have to be 15 meters away from that intersection, which means it would have to go on Mothers Street. Unfortunately, Mothers Street still has a rural cross section, so it has a swale and there's a bit of a grade change. So we're just worried about that condition. And what we described to transportation staff is it has to go through a building permit process anyways. That building permit process is going to involve transportation staff. We'll work with them to make sure that any driveway for that corner lot gets provided and put at an appropriate location. So we would be happy to work with them. And as a result, we would request that either that condition be removed because we think that there's sufficient safeguards in place, or alternatively that any requirement that it be 15 meters away be removed, that instead it just state that we work with transportation staff to ensure that the driveway is in an appropriate location. So that's the first one. And then the second one, if we go to the next slide, please. It's specifically related to the requirement for an archaeological assessment. And just want to note that, this lot was originally developed as part of a subdivision. I put the subdivision up there for you. It dates back to 1954. And what that means is a lot of this area has already been disturbed as part of the grading related to that subdivision. We would prefer to have an acknowledgement clause associated with it, similar to a lot of the other severances and variances that are before you today. We think that does protect for and conform with the policies in the official plan. And that's generally what our request is. I think if we do have to do an archaeological assessment, all it does is add time to the process and it adds cost to the ultimate buyers of those lots. And then one final note, just want to note that I am here with my client, Mr. Brian Botello. The corner lot is for him and his family. He's already started to design it, and he does want to work with the transportation staff. So we'd be happy to answer any questions for you. And there's some more content in the presentation, so if you have any specific questions, we're happy to walk through them with you. Thank you.
So can we put the archaeological just as a note? And that way.
Yeah, through you, Chair, we would be satisfied with that, absolutely.
Okay, and then the other condition, I'm trying to find it, but I'm not sure what, anyone else find? Oh, number 7? Okay. So you want number 7 taken out?
Yeah, through you, yes, Chair. We would like it. I was going to say through you, Chair, back to the Chair, which didn't make sense. But yes, we would love for it to be deleted or alternatively reworded so that that 15-meter requirement just be removed. Again, if it has to be pushed to the Mother Street, we'd have to just do a little bit more engineering related to it, but we'd prefer not to. And we think, you know, I've given you an example. If you go back to the slide before, there's a lot of driveways that have a similar circumstance to this that are very close to the intersection, and we don't think that there are any, I just showed one example. It's 4 meters away from that property line. So there's a lot of examples in the immediate context, in the immediate neighborhood that have that similar circumstance. So we actually don't think it's required.
Do you want to reword it? Robert?
Yeah, I think if we reword it to have the driveway approved by traffic through the transportation planning, does that work?
Through you, Chair, to the committee member, we would be satisfied with that. Again, we're happy to work with and collaborate with transportation staff. We do it all the time. They're great. We just want to make sure that we're not tied to a specific dimension. So we'd be happy with that wording.
That's the problem.
Okay, did you get that, Justin? To reword it?
Yes, through the chair, yeah, and I can follow up with the agent after, yeah, for condition 7, to reword it, yeah. For a driveway to be approved by, or to the satisfaction of transportation planning. Yeah.
Okay.
And the archaeological, we're going to take that right out, or if required?
Yeah, or as a note or whatever.
Yeah.
Sorry?
If they find anything, stop.
Is that condition 14 we're talking about?
Yeah.
Okay. I leave that to the committee, yeah.
Just add if required.
Through you, Chair, to the members, if it's a condition and it says if required, they're going to make us do it. So we would prefer it just to be a note, if possible. Yeah.
Okay, that makes sense. Okay, so back to my motion there to approve the severances with excluding the archaeological, move it into notes, and the driveway as per staff approval.
Transportation or whatever.
Right?
Yep. Okay. Seconder? Donna? All in favor? Opposed? Seeing none. Motion carried, application approved.
Thank you. You can all enjoy your turkey now.
American.
Okay, and I believe that concludes the applications to be heard today. I don't know if there's any chair updates. Just for the staff, I do want to let you know, we did receive an appeal for 311 Golf Links Road. That was it was a minor variance application from the last CFA hearing. So it was appealed by the applicant. We are currently processing that appeal package, and it will be forwarded on to the OLT shortly. The other thing I did want to let the committee, I wanted you to be aware of is, and I did let you know earlier, is the province made changes to the legislation. So it relates to what is called as-of-right variances, an as-of-right variance. So if you have a setback and if you're within 90% of what the zoning bylaw permits, that is what's called, they are terming it as an as-of-right variance. You do not need to file a minor variance application, and you don't have to come to the Committee of Adjustment. We did review this C of A hearing, and there wasn't any applications that were affected by it, but we will review any other applications we've received more recently and to see if they are impacted by this change. Okay, and that was it. Thank you.
Okay. Want a motion for adjournment?
Oh, time out.
Oh, Robert?
Just wondering if we could maybe work on a schedule for next year, like for next 6 months out?
Through the chair, we've already drafted the 2026 hearing schedule. I don't know. We can send it to you afterwards. Yeah. Yes, we'll send it to you after. Let me make a note of, 2026. Yes, the other thing I do want to, I'll let you know, we are making a change in the new year. We are going to transition to hearings starting in the morning, like today, at 9:30 a.m. Yeah. And it's more towards a scheduling perspective, just to ensure we have a whole day to hear the applications. Okay. Thank you.
So not that it's a big issue, but if our scheduling is going to run past, if we're scheduled for the mornings to start and we're going to run into the afternoon, I guess it's just for, I don't know, it's for myself or for the whole committee, but, are we required to bring our lunch or?
Oh, I forgot to note that we are going to be providing you lunch as well with the catering. Yes. So there will be breakfast and there will be lunch as well. Yeah, and there will be a lunch break in between. That's how we're looking to schedule it. Yes.
Okay. Is there a motion for adjournment? Donna, seconded. Mel, all in favor? We are adjourned.
Thank you. So we adjourned at 2:51 p.m. and our next hearing will be on December 11th, 2025. No, through the chair, that hearing. Okay. Thanks.